during the live finale, during the live broadcast, he referred to this contestant, Rizzo Valovich, as the newest member of the jury, which means, if you know Survivor, he's no longer in contention to win. He is now part of the jury, meaning that he'd already lost the challenge, even though they hadn't aired the challenge yet. Basically, the cast members looked confused. The audience was like in shock, and he didn't realize what he even said. And then it abruptly cut to a commercial. And of course, he returned as the pro he is and kind of just said, hey, Live TV. This happens. Here it is.
Now, this is, you like Survivor. This is your thing, right?
Yeah, but I haven't gotten really into it recently. It was a really big deal when it came out for me. Like, we used to have Survivor parties.
29 years ago.
Yeah, I was in high school.
Yeah.
Okay, like, and I did, like, during the pandemic, I got into it again and started watching, like, older seasons that I hadn't watched and watched them back to back to back to back. But I wasn't watching this one. Also, they did announce the winner. I'll leave that. I won't say it.
You won't spoil that.
I won't spoil that.
Okay. Heather with the news. Talking about spoiling, ruining. How about what the Big Ten's proposing? Get to that next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, we all know Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. I've seen a Ram side by side with the other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8 or the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, or they have one more that's even more high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's also, as an added bonus, the Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go sit in one, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you. Ugh.
Is right. And we're going to get into this Big Ten proposal that's going to ruin college football. And I don't think that's like hyperbole or an exaggeration. I don't think that's exaggerated for radio. I think it legitimately would be a disaster. Before we do that, Adam in Chesterfield, you have a story based on something from the news?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Not bad. Yeah, I just wanted to share an experience regarding that Delta flight that was diverted, yesterday, the day before, over there to Montreal. So I was on a flight actually to Halifax, Nova Scotia, probably about 2 years ago to a golf trip with some buddies. And I was with my wife, actually. We were on a 737, and the plane was maybe half full. Wasn't really that much. And about halfway through the flight attendant started moving people just randomly. And we were like, what is going on? We really knew what was happening. And she was leaving a select amount of few people on the front of the plane, and everybody else, we were moving to the back of the plane. And I'm a 20-year military pilot, and so I'm trying to think, hey, is there something potentially wrong with the aircraft? Like, is there some emergency? We don't know what's going on. And they wouldn't really say anything. And then finally, about, 15 minutes before we landed, while we're on approach, I asked the flight attendant very quietly, it was like, hey, I won't cause hysteria. What is happening? And that's when they said, hey, it's a medical emergency and it's potentially airborne. So we're trying to get everybody as far away from what's happening, away from the individual. But it was one of those situations, right? Exactly like the flight yesterday that I'm sure everybody else is trying to figure out, where you're just kind of like, should the pilot say something or not? And at the time, I had never been in a situation like that. And so after the fact, you're kind of thinking to yourself, but me specifically being a pilot, I wanted to know, just for the mere fact of, is this an individual? Is this an aircraft, a maintenance thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you want to be in control.
What did they tell you, or what was the protocol after you landed if there was a possible airborne medical issue? Did you guys get off on the runway? They put you on buses, then take you to testing? What'd they do?
No, we just deplaned normally. And then afterwards, I kind of inquired, and they said it was, nobody said it was anything major, right? This wasn't an Ebola, hantavirus, anything like that. And the assumption was that it was like a stomach flu that this individual had. So because it wasn't as bad as they originally thought, we just deplaned normally. And then we got an email like probably a week later that said, hey, there's nothing to be concerned about, but if you're feeling side effects, go see your doctor.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your mind always goes to the worst.
So,
Yeah.
Always.
Sure.
First time I've been on a commercial aircraft where something like that happened. So that's the first thing you think about.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's this Ebola thing or hantavirus from the week before, you're like, well, why'd they let him off the ship? Why'd they let him off the plane? What do you mean they didn't?
Yeah, they didn't tell you anything, and maybe
Good
you
luck.
should.
What do you call it? This Ebola thing?
Yeah.
Just this thing.
This thing.
Well, it's a thing. It's happening.
Is it sighting?
It's been cited in
As
Texas.
as Stoney would say. What does Ebola look like? Blood and orifices, according to Heather.
Oh,
Rash.
The best is the pause right before citing. Like he didn't have another word.
It's like that, and he always uses the word affair when he's like going to an event.
oh yeah. I've got this affair I have to go to tonight.
Yeah, really.
Oh, really?
Cindy, know?
Is this Saturday?
Hey.
Watch out, sister.
Yeah, really.
Right.
His sister's in town.
Noted. Okay. Am I being overly dramatic when I say this will ruin college football?
It depends on what you believe the state of affairs are right now for college football. It may already be there.
Well, yeah, maybe we're past the point of no return, but when Tony Petitti, Big Ten commissioner, says we're getting to 24 games some way, somehow, even if we have to wait you out, we'll get there. John, 24 teams would mean last year 8-4 Iowa. It would mean a whole host of 3-loss teams. It would mean the regular season where you only play 3 or 4 meaningful games no longer matter. Yeah, there's some years where Michigan plays 2 games.
Yeah.
2 games where they actually might be an underdog or may sweat or struggle or lose. In a 2014 playoff, just roll out the helmets. We'll see you in December.
There's so many things that could possibly come of this, and we're sitting here as fans going, well, obviously our opinion Doesn't matter at all, because the vast majority of people that I've talked to, those that call in, those that are college football fans, don't want any part of a 24-team playoff. And honestly, a lot of them didn't want 12-team playoff.
Yep.
Because we spent so long with, history is, you're voting on it at the end of the season. You got the AP, you got the coaches poll, and then you split titles. Okay, well, I lived through that one. And then you have the BCS. Well, that lasts for about a decade. And then you go to the 4-team playoff. That lasted a decade. Then you bump it up to 12 teams instead of the incremental jumps of 6 or 8, and then see what are the pros and cons before we just make this monumental jump to 12. And now we've only experienced this, and both years, or at least both years, the year after the first iteration, they tweaked it. They made changes. How could we continue to make this 12 better before we actually jump up and double it to 24?
I believe the sweet spot was somewhere around 8. Everybody could view it their own way. I didn't think the BCS era was sufficient. I certainly didn't think pre-BCS, where we let ties happen, was acceptable. Some people preferred 4. I happen to think 8 would have given every conference champion a real shot, plus a couple at large, a little guy here or there. 8 would have been fine. 12 may feel a little bloated. The idea that we're blowing all the way through this and going to 24, we've lost the plot. We've lost the plot because college football's regular season was its strength. And I think I was willing to sacrifice some of it to get a proper postseason. Trying to, scales of justice.
Right.
We've gone way too far one way now. 24 teams bastardizes, ruins the regular season. And it's what? Is it a better postseason if Iowa's in it? If 8-4 Iowa's in it, is that worth the trade-off? That's what we're sacrificing for? Because it would be Iowa last year. 2 years ago, it would be Illinois, Syracuse, and Colorado, all with 3 losses. Is this what we need?
Right. And so then do you get more games where it's Oregon against JMU and the final score is 51-34? And the reason that JMU ended up getting to 34 is because Oregon just said, we're shutting it down. Or Ole Miss and Tulane, where we did see that game earlier in the season, and the spread is, 17.5 going into a playoff game?
Like said simply, the problem with 24 teams is you have to put 24 teams in, which means in addition to getting a James Madison that's overmatched that some people aren't comfortable with, we got to put in 2 or 3 more of them, or the watered-down power conference teams that already got stepped on and beat up and battered, and we got to roll them back out there anyway.
Well, and it's then we're debating, as we did with 4, who should be that 4th team. And maybe there's a 5th that we're talking about. Or is it the fact that, hey, all of a sudden you get 12 teams in, and now we're debating Notre Dame or Miami. And then it's with 24, are we then starting to debate about the teams that just simply got votes? That try and get in, to me, it is so bizarre that we're not just letting it breathe for a little bit versus the jump from doubling the number of going from 12 to 24. And when we get back, we're going to talk about the pros, the cons of, because it's not all bad. I think the ultimate product is not going to be great, but I do see 1 or 2 things where if you're looking for a glimmer of hope, or something to hang your hat on, there might be 1 or 2 of those.
You really are the glass half full guy. I give you credit for your optimism in the face of this. We'll take phone calls. We'll hear that next. 97.1. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. I want to tell you about it because it's not just roofing. They've stepped up their game. That proven track record, 30 years of service, now includes windows and siding. Shaner's a family-owned company. They're local. They're dedicated to their Michigan customers. Family-owned business, treats you like family. No better example than the no-pressure promise. Forget about high-pressure sales pitches. You get a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And you can Google for yourself. 4.9 stars for Shaner Roofing. That's satisfied homeowners by the thousands. It's a reputation earned by doing the job right. Every roof installation, lifetime transferable warranty. How's that for peace of mind? And while their competitors are being bought out by investment firms, Shaner's local and committed to you. So, if you want to work with a company that you can trust that does the job right, Get started today. MyMichiganRoof.com. Get a quote. Shaner Roofing. MyMichiganRoof.com. Get to the phones, read some of your texts. 24 teams, that's the Big Ten's plan. John, you said there are some positives.
Okay. And other than the playoff games, what do we think about bowl games?
Garbage.
Okay. So now you're going to have more matchups that matter. I don't want to say necessarily not garbage because we just talked about Ole Miss and Tulane, Oregon and JMU, but
seasons are on the line.
Right. And so and it could be jobs or job promotions on the line. So I think there's a world where you're looking at it going, well, if we only have 12 teams where it matters, if you increase it to 24 teams, how is that not a good thing? I just try to find a silver lining here. The other thing is in those 24 teams, if that 24th team is playing a, quote unquote meaningless bowl game, how many guys opt out?
So you think fewer opt-outs with 24 teams?
I think there's much fewer opt-outs with 24 teams. And not that it won't happen.
I was going to say, but I think we're just going to move the opt-outs to, say, the Michigan-Ohio State game.
Well, that's so then you go right down the road in regards to and it's not necessarily opt-outs, it's being held out by coaching staff.
Where you say, hey, we only have one loss, we're in regardless. We'll probably see the Buckeyes down the road in the playoff.
And what would it mean if we lose our starting quarterback or our Heisman potential running back and we no longer have him in the playoffs and it was just to beat Ohio State? I can't believe I'm saying those words.
Because that's everything to you.
Yeah. I mean, obviously winning a championship is everything.
Oh, yes, but it's super important. You were raised on the idea that
it's the greatest rivalry in sports. And now all of a sudden, if that game is rendered meaningless in regards to what it means for a coach's job or what it means for them moving forward into the college football playoffs and ultimately winning a national championship, what happens to that game?
Right. We've already seen rivalries be devalued or out and out eliminated in some cases.
A conference expansion.
Yeah. And if you can lose 3 games pretty conservatively, it takes even more meaning out of what were
what was
games.
So special about college football was that every single game mattered.
And maybe this was trending this way, right? We sacrificed some of that when we went to
12.
Yes. But this is double.
Can you imagine a world where, okay, if we get to a spot where the game isn't being played as the game, that instead of being the last game of the year, they move it to the beginning of October or the game before the college playoff committee comes out with their initial rankings,
so like
or the
October.
First Big Ten game of the season.
Well, there are other rivalries. Like I know Red River is typically in October. And the third Saturday is Alabama and Tennessee. There are mid-season games. It's just not the history and the tradition of Michigan, Ohio State, and now you'd be sacrificing more of that. Let's get to the phones. Brett in Grand Rapids, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I want to kind of piggyback on the fact that you talk about the bowl games don't matter, all right? Now, you got to let me finish before you jump all over me. It's all about money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why not just put 64 teams in, get rid of all the bowls, you have 64 games, 63 games, way more than the bowl games, and you won't have a Motor City Bowl game that has 2 people in the stands and 1 person watching on TV.
So you want to go 64 teams, 32 games. You start to talk about the length of the season at that point.
I think you're almost rebuilding the regular season at that point, like the old school regular season.
My point is that these guys, they all say it's too much wear and tear on a kid. I understand that. But when these kids are making $1 million,
right,
you
can justify
it. And I'm not trying to be mean, John, because I know what you went through as an athlete to play football for what you went through, all right? But you also didn't get paid millions of dollars when you're in college.
Right. But I will say this, not every college kid is making millions of dollars.
Yeah, I know that. I understand that. But there's only like 36 bowl games. And if you put something like this in front of John, you know as well as I do, if you put this in front of the presidents and the athletic directors of these big, huge conferences, they would jump all over it because now you're getting almost 30 more games of a basic $1 million a game to each conference at a minimum. And
in large part, the bowl games have become a glorified version of spring football.
I'm not trying to be funny, but when's the last time anybody watched the Peach Bowl or the unless your team's in it. And then,
yeah,
then
so the Peach Bowl's in the
you're not
playoff
even really into
rotation,
it.
but I get what you're saying. Like the Outback Bowl, the Citrus
Yeah.
Bowl, if your team's not playing in it.
or the Sun Bowl, or all these other ones where
The Tony the Tiger
they're
Bowl.
meaningless.
Yeah.
The Pop-Tart Bowl.
The Motor City Bowl was so relevant that they canceled it.
I know it went away.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I'm not trying to make fun of it.
No,
but
no, Brett, you're speaking truth.
and I'm not trying to be mean. So what? If they're going to do away with the conference championships because of this new plan, why not do away with the 11th and the 12th game of the conference and start the tournament in the first week of November?
Well, you'd have
or
to.
whatever you got to do.
If you went to as many games as you're talking,
Yeah.
you'd have to.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far.
No.
I understand the concept of what he's getting at and the point of what he is talking about.
But his would be even more extreme. Cut the season off after 10 games and let in anybody who's 500, essentially.
Right. And maybe this is, if they go to 24, it is the ultimate death of what we used to know as bowl games.
Right. Guys, I'm actually a fan of this. Less teams going full opt-out in the postseason. That's Gavin at work, echoing one of your positives. The only argument for playoff expansion is Miami's performance in the last playoff, West from a car. Do we think teams... There is a line of delineation. There is a point where, Iowa's not making that run.
Yeah.
Right? We don't need to make room for teams that have proven over the course of the season they're not good enough.
Miami was arguably the number 2 team in the country for most of the season and had a hiccup in a couple of games.
Right, and I think this text also adds to it. Last year, Notre Dame and Miami played Pittsburgh, who was ranked 20 and 25th at the time. Both destroyed Pitt. Why would you want that to be a playoff game? Also, to your guys' point, if you're Michigan and Ohio State, why wouldn't you rest players if you lock up a playoff spot? That's Newt from Westland.
Right. And how do you even determine who wins the conference? If you get rid of conference championship games, you can't just simply go on record, because how many times are you going to sit there and have in a conference situation 2 teams that are 8-1? And they didn't play each other.
Did it in your day?
We had 10 teams and we played all of the teams.
Yeah, you guys were actually able to effectively...
Until then they brought in Penn
Penn
State,
State.
and then it got weird.
Eventually, Nebraska,
Not as weird as it is
Maryland,
now.
and Rutgers, and now UCLA, Washington, and Oregon, USC. How about this for a colorful text? The suits want to take a fat, wet crap on our laps and charge us for the pleasure. The soul of athletics is toast. I hate this timeline. Gabe. That's a thought.
Yeah, it's less appetizing when you put it like that.
All right. Anyway, Dear John and AJ Hinch, both conversations coming up next in the 9 o'clock hour, 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit when you never saw it coming. That's life on the road, especially with more people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, construction. We all see it. If you're injured, call David Feminino and the accident response team. They're going to help you instantly, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
and Jose Ramirez would knock him in 3-2 final. Tigers have lost 5 in a row. Want to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Guardians. Day baseball at 1 o'clock right here. AJ Hinch at 9:35 gets some of his thoughts on the state of the team. Again, this is a brutal stretch where they are 2-13 over the last 15 games.
Ouch.
Got guys getting picked off back-to-back days, leaving dudes on base in the 8th and 9th innings, not scoring very many runs. And I still don't understand pitching to Jose Ramirez with first base open. He crushes lefties, set up a double play, avoid letting that guy knock in a second run. The first run, the ghost run, even the Tigers were able to do it in the bottom half. You don't want to let them start stacking runs, and Jose Ramirez knocked in the game winner.
No, and maybe the most frustrating thing is the mistakes in the field, the mistakes on the base pass. When you're talking about getting picked off, okay, it happens throughout the course of the season, but on back-to-back nights, like where is the just self-awareness and alertness of what's going on in the moment and what you need as a team? Like it's inexcusable in the 8th inning to get picked off on second base.
In scoring position, no outs.
Yeah,
on a night where runs were hard to come by. This whole stretch, runs have been hard to come by.
And if you're losing games, you're winning some, you're losing some, but they're tough fought games. Okay, but when it's always because of self-inflicted wounds or things that you thought were self-inflicted, like putting Riley Green in the 5-hole, and then he ends the game on deck.
I'm of belief I want to get that guy more at bats in every game he plays.
Yeah. So it feels like there are things that it's not that they're being beat by the other team; they're beating themselves.
Yeah.
Did you, by any chance, watch anything else last night?
Oh, I've been loving watching this Western Conference Finals.
Oh yeah, who won?
Thunder.
Oh, they did. How'd Wemby do?
Played great. 21-17, 6 assists, 4 blocks. He's all over the place.
Yeah, but it wasn't the 40-20 as it was in Game 1. And,
no.
And they didn't win their first NBA championship last night.
Not yet.
Going back to the discussion we were having yesterday about
who
do you want to start your franchise with, I was actually watching.
Are you really doing a scoreboard?
Shohei Ohtani live as he leads off. They're in San Diego, so he gets a chance to lead off, and all of a sudden, hey, one pitch, boom. And that's all they needed, because who else was on the mound but Shohei Ohtani? He goes 5 scoreless innings. He did allow 3 hits. How dare he? 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. His ERA now is .073. It's unbelievable what he's doing. He's doing it offensively, defensively. So, yeah, I think while one day doesn't settle the argument,
no,
I think it was a little premature to crown Victor Wembanyama as a guy who's going to win 10 MVPs and 10 NBA championships in the next decade.
He's actually going with SGA now.
Okay.
Shut up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't be that out of line for him to swap.
No, if you've also met me, you know I'm stubborn, and I'm certainly not going to back down from the Wembanyama point. They'll come back to San Antonio. They've had OKC's number. He's going to have some big games still in this series. And when it comes to Shohei,
well, he may have big games, but they have to be big games where he actually wins.
His impact on winning is greater than Shohei. What you highlighted last night is when he hits and pitches in the same game, something he only does about 30 times over the course of the regular season.
Yeah, or in the postseason when he single-handedly wins games by himself in the postseason, which we saw last year.
Only 20% of the games does he do both in the same game. Wembanyama plays offense and defense in 100% of the games he plays in, and he plays with only 4 other people at a time, where Shohei's got a whole group
they might actually be down 1, so now they're going to have to see, can he actually do more than just what he normally does?
They were dropping like flies yesterday.
Yeah, both teams lost, and we'll see when the injury report comes out who's going to be back.
Yeah, because it was J-Dub for the Thunder, and Harper, for San Antonio, and they were also without De'Aaron Fox, who hasn't played yet in this series.
Hey, to whom much is given, much is expected.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think 21's going to get it done.
Keep an eye on the hockey playoffs at all?
From a distance.
Okay.
More so than watching.
We asked yesterday, just in passing, if there was an NBA team that you were rooting for. Do you have a hockey preference?
We asked the question, rooting interest in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Which by default it was the Knicks.
Yeah, and by the debate that we're having, now it's pretty much become OKC. Because I can't have Victor Wembanyama winning his first NBA championship this year, at least not in this moment. So a rooting interest for the Final Four in hockey, well, this is more a process of elimination, which when your team is out, it kind of becomes that, like who's the rooting interest? I don't know that I necessarily have a rooting interest, but I would say it will never be Colorado.
Okay.
They're playing Vegas. Montreal, while I don't necessarily have anything, no stakes in it regarding do I want Montreal to win it all or not, I think it's a fun little bit that we do here in the lower 48 that the Cup has remained down here for over 3 decades. So let's just keep that one rolling. So that leaves me Vegas and Carolina. And do I want Vegas, who was an expansion team, they've already won one Cup, to win another one before the Pistons or before the Wings make the playoffs? I would guess no. So by process of elimination, I guess I'm with Carolina.
Yeah, I had a similar process. I think the rivalry with the Avs is so much in the rearview mirror. However, if you grew up in the 90s, it will never fully die. I don't like Colorado. I don't want to see Montreal and the country of Canada win the Stanley Cup. I like this bit we've got going. The only appeal to Vegas would be Mitch Marner immediately leaving Toronto and winning a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Against the Canadians.
But yeah, sure, you could script it against the Canadians. But I think it is Carolina by default. They haven't won a cup since 2006. Good hockey team. I got no specific animosity towards them. Guess it's Carolina. They got to get out of the Eastern Conference Finals, though. They've been stuck here. And they haven't played. This is a long layoff. They'll play tonight. They haven't played since May 9th.
May 9th. Yeah.
May 9th.
Yeah, well, neither have the Wings.
Wings haven't played since March. No kidding.
I'll tell you, if there's anything that could create some more player availability for the Red Wings, I think it would be the Hurricanes completely flaming out and getting swept or losing in 5 at home.
Yeah.
Because they're 1-8 in their last 9 Eastern Conference Final games, and if they just completely flame out here for the 3rd straight year,
You think they're willing to do something dramatic?
that they might want to shake up the roster, and maybe it creates an opportunity, puts one more player out there that's available that creates something else for them. I don't know. I'm reaching here. You can obviously tell.
No, I know that would also imply that Yzerman has the cutthroat mentality.
Well, it depends on term.
Right. Thanks, Tom.
But no, I got to tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing a Canadian team finally winning it.
Really?
Yeah. It's
But I'm just thinking of all
the old bit's just too old now. It's in its 30s.
I want to hear Rieger eat his crow a little bit, to be honest. And Stoney, he'll probably be subbing in at some point during that.
Well, but then we won't get a new rendition of "Oh Canada."
Thank you.
Come on, the last
Makes
one
my
went
ears
viral
And it makes my
after
ears
the
bleed.
Olympics.
Well, and the last Canadian team to win a cup was Montreal.
Right.
Full circle.
Yeah.
So in that world,
does that put any pressure on the Red Wings, by the way? I mean, they went to a cup final, they rebuilt, they got a number 1 pick, and they're back, and they win it.
takes
I will
time.
say-
It takes time to build an hockey.
There is a little caveat with that. That Stanley Cup final appearance was the COVID finals, which was a very messed up playoff format. And what, they
Everything was.
hadn't played in for 6 months or something like that when they picked up the playoffs.
Yeah. Playoff format. I'm not familiar as a Red Wing fan. You're going to have to.
No, they actually had extra wild card teams that year,
Yeah.
and they got in the playoffs, I believe, as a 12 seed. So the Red Wings, they couldn't get into that.
Oh, extra. Huh.
Are they still doing 7-game series in the playoffs hockey? I'm just not familiar.
Yes,
Also,
every
one-
round.
One of these years we'll get to experience
that.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, questions are growing after a flight to Detroit was diverted to Canada due to Ebola concerns. We've been talking about this all morning. Turns out a passenger from the Democratic Republic of Congo was on the flight kind of by mistake. Officials say the passenger should not have been allowed to board due to entry restrictions put in place to reduce the risk of the Ebola virus. The plane landed in Montreal. The passenger was removed. The plane then continued back to Detroit Metro Airport, and all of the other passengers got off the plane. The flight was carrying up to 312 passengers.
Wow. Well, the last time in 2014,
Yes.
when it happened, and there was a landing in, I think it was somewhere in Texas. This
Yeah.
is This is what happened. We got an Ebola sighting.
Another Ebola sighting. So, yikes.
Or thing, as Costa called it
yes,
earlier.
that
Yeah.
Ebola
This
thing.
Ebola thing.
Eh.
Yeah.
What is the term you would like to be used?
This Ebola virus.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be a
Disease?
good option.
I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
Yeah. Outbreak.
Sure. Joey Chestnut has been sentenced to 180 days of probation after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor battery charge. So back on March 21st, he drunkenly slapped a man in the face at a local bar in his hometown of Indiana. Yeah. Well, the hometown is in Indiana, home state of Indiana.
Right, yeah.
Anyway, he later said that he was pretty drunk and doesn't really remember what happened. So he is taking, accountability for it. He did plead guilty to battery resulting in bodily injury, and he was sentenced on April 20th, I think. So he's going to be allowed to travel still for his competitive eating events, which does include the big 4th of July hot dog eating contest, Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
What are you laughing about?
Phew.
Like, it sounds like some guy at the bar just went up and was like, "Oh, hey," went for a handshake, and Joey was like, "No, no,"
Yeah.
slapped him right in the face.
I love the explanation of I was drunk and don't remember.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. See how many
Sorry.
times that works.
There's a guy in Iowa that is taking Nintendo to court after being denied the title many Pokemon fans dream of earning, Pokemon Professor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So 34-year-old Kyle Owens says he scored a perfect 100% on the certification exam, which allows qualified fans to then organize, judge like official Pokemon tournaments. And even though he aced the test, he was rejected after a background check. So according to the lawsuit, Nintendo first cited this decades-old felony conviction and said, sorry, you don't qualify. And then later, he said the company then pointed to misdemeanor charges that never actually resulted in guilty verdicts. So either way, he was denied. This guy's arguing that the certification is costing him money, like because he'd be able to do some big things with this. He could hold events and get paid
What's
to use
the term?
Pokemon Professor.
Pokemon Professor.
Yes. So he is suing Nintendo and Pokemon for $341,000 in damages, and he is asking the court to grant him
His
official
status.
His
Pokemon
professorship.
status. Yes.
Huh.
Did you hear about this
What a
guy in
world we
Texas?
live in.
I know.
Yep.
That is now facing charges after he intentionally drove his Tesla Cybertruck into a lake.
I saw this.
To test the wade mode.
Right.
Yes. So according to police, this driver launched the truck into the water. This was at a park near Grapevine Lake in Texas. And wade mode is designed to help the Cybertruck navigate through shallow water.
Right.
But officials say the truck just quickly disabled and then started taking on water and basically
sank.
started to sink.
Yeah,
The driver and a passenger were able to climb to safety. They swam to shore. No injuries were reported, but police did later arrest the driver on multiple charges, including operating a vehicle in a restricted lake area and violating water safety rules.
He forgot to switch off his dumb mode.
And Tesla is saying the wade mode is intended only for shallow water crossings and does not turn the Cybertruck into a boat.
Really?
You don't say.
Oh, God. I wonder if that
Like
was
one of
in the
those James
disclaimer.
Bond cars.
Yeah.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers says the 2026 season will be the final chapter of his career. The 42-year-old quarterback confirmed Wednesday that this upcoming season with the Pittsburgh Steelers will be his last.
Hallelujah.
We'll see.
Oh, you're already put. Well, he is following the Favre path, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
and last year, I think he said he was pretty sure that would be his last.
Yeah. Now
Yeah,
he's
this is
almost
it,
sure.
yeah.
We got to
Yeah.
read between the lines, right? The whole immunize. So when he says this is it with Pittsburgh,
Yeah. Is this is it? His last 2 years? I don't.
I do think he's probably telling the truth here. However, I do think he would be a candidate the following season if somebody lost their quarterback to call out a
Oh,
retirement.
sure. We heard of that with
Phillip
Tom
Rivers.
for a few years. Philip Rivers did it this year after 5 years of being out?
yeah, I'm not willing to believe he's done until he's actually done.
Yeah.
So when golf gets hurt in 2 years, should
Stop it. Stop it.
Stirring the pot back there. Heather with the news. AJ Hinch next, 97.1.
Hey, Rapid Roofing replaced my roof a few years ago, added great value, and protected my biggest investment. And they've been doing this for over 25 years right here in Southeast Michigan. They know exactly what it takes to build a roof that holds up to our heavy snow, wind, and we've certainly seen the rainstorms in the last few weeks. And they did everything they said they were going to do. They do most roofs in one day. And they also, if it's not a roof you need, they also offer siding, windows, gutter installation. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com. Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and for power, there's not much of a comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you've got two other choices, the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Plus, the full-size Ram is built right here in Sterling Heights. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you got to do is go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Heather's clarifying she's not taking a picture of you guys behind the glass. I might have just blown her mind.
No, instead she's measuring you. That sounds much better.
I guess.
So you were saying after the show,
I'm going to go pick something up that I'm buying off of Marketplace. Mm-hmm. And I want to confirm before I pay this woman that I'm actually buying some. It's a rug. I want to make sure it's the right dimensions, even though she clarified it was. I had some confusion with the
pictures.
Yes. So I want to make sure. And I was asking John, like, oh, this guy's probably got a tape measure. He always has tools and things in his truck, and he didn't have one.
I know. I feel poorly.
And then Jim's like, Heather, just use your phone. And I'm like, what do you mean? Use my phone.
there's a measure app on iPhones where you can download one on an Android. You just pick 2 points.
Yeah.
It'll connect the line and tell you how much it...
So-
Start from the base.
I was practicing. Oh, boy.
I knew it'd end up there.
Well, she did have to clarify because at break, she was. Were you measuring the window?
Yes. I was
And
measuring the window.
It looked like she was taking a picture or like a panoramic picture of, it's not sounding any better, of Greg and Tom behind the glass. And she said, no, I'm not taking a picture. I'm measuring.
She's doing it right now. She's got to get the hang of it.
Yeah, objects is too shiny.
Too shiny.
It's too shiny.
Stop
Tom's head.
taking a picture of Tom's head.
You said I made you feel old?
Yeah, it sounds like something my mom would say. I'm like, Mom, there's an app for that. She's like, what do you mean? How many apps can I download? And that's how I felt like, wait, how do I use my phone to measure something?
What do you mean I use my phone?
Makes me feel old.
Welcome to the club.
How do you know about this app?
I don't remember. I think I was selling some signs in Grand Rapids. I had like these
Pineapple signs.
sports memorabilia signs, like the This Is Sports Center stuff. It just was more of a bachelor guy stuff that I was getting rid of. But you need to know, like, what are the dimensions when you list it? Not what you were thinking, John.
I'm just going to remain silent for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, we all have those moments. I've had many more of them where you're like, oh, I didn't know my phone could do that.
Right.
So
So anyway,
yeah,
I've got a
Apparently
measuring
it
tape
can.
right here in my hand.
I was going to say, I think, John, we know that John has 5 of those moments.
yes, many moments. Yes. Those moments are done, I believe.
We got some texts on AJ Hinch and some of the feedback from our conversation with him. One says he should go into politics, talking around some of the stuff. They need to win really bad, John.
They do.
I don't know that one win fixes this at all, but just from a psyche standpoint, they really need a win. Avoid a sweep. Set up more favorable series. Not that anything's promised, but man.
Well,
yeah,
and
Casey
it's-
Mize pitching today. Second start back. He looked good in his first start back. They need a win today.
They do, and obviously everybody's going to roll their eyes. You can't get to 2 before you get the first one. And I mean, so in this 15-game stretch, they've had 2 times. They had 5 games. They won 1. They lost 3. They won 1. They lost 5. Like, you've got to string together. You've got to win a series. So maybe start there. They can't obviously do that today, but against Baltimore, win 2 of 3.
Right. And Baltimore's thinking, hey, Flaherty on the mound Friday. We're
Yeah,
scuffling.
we get to him.
That's perfect. The Angels are one of the worst teams in baseball. They're thinking, good time to play the Tigers. It's got to start somewhere, and you got Mize pitching today. Like, Tom, your number was, give or take, you need to be about 86 wins.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that would mean you finish the year 86 and 76, 10 over. They're 10 under right now. They got to play 20 games over 500 baseball to really make a go of this.
I mean, you got 46 losses left.
Wow.
It's
When
May
you put it that way.
21st. Woo.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they have to start winning. I actually think today is it's a big game. Not that Steele Wojo's, sarcasm when he typically does it. But I think today's big. I think for their psyche and then try to go 4-2 those next 6 against the Orioles and Angels just to get a little traction closer to 500. You don't have to do it overnight. But
Because they very much could. I mean, we've said, like, are you giving up? Is the season over? At some point, it will be true. You know what I mean? If this goes on another couple weeks, it's done. Like, if we're talking about it's in June and they're 15 back,
Right.
16 back.
Yeah. I mean,
Not of the playoff spot, of 500, you're done.
Right. Yeah. You just dig a hole too deep to be able to get out of.
Yeah, you can find these examples. You go to 24, and the Tigers were, when they made their run starting August 11th, they were only 8 under 500.
Right.
They're already more than that.
Yeah, what was the stat? This is the lowest they've been under 500 since September of 23.
Yeah, when they really stunk.
Yeah.
Wasn't Avila still here then technically, or maybe that was Harris's first. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, they gotta get it going like now. And the bullpen, by the way, I mean, last night you could point out 10 things, but they did blow a save.
Right.
That's 11 blown saves this year. That's tied for second most in baseball. They have the third worst save percentage.
Yeah, because they were 1-0 in the 8th.
A 45% save percentage.
Well, you're right. I mean, it highlights that these aren't all like 10-2 ass kickings. Like they're there, they just can't. Like last night, you get picked off second base, you strike out 3 straight times in the 9th with runners in scoring position. Like all these things you're doing wrong. It's right there.
It's
just
the
doing everything wrong.
self-inflicted wounds that they are a team that has to play good enough to give them every advantage.
Well, that's why I don't think this is all on AJ, but it's why I look to a couple decisions from him and I scratch my head and I go, you're not helping yourself.
Yeah.
I don't want Jose Ramirez swinging the bat. Let him steal second base. At least he didn't drive in the third run of the game. You know, Riley Green, you've been on this. Get him 1, 2, or 3 in the batting order.
Yeah.
Give yourself every chance to try to get that one extra play, that one extra swing.
Yeah, and when AJ says, hey, he's got more bats than anybody, we want more.
Per game.
Yeah. And you do that by, first, the best option is to lead him off. And he said today he's going to be 4.
Yeah, which bumps him up 1 from where he was the last time they faced a lefty on Tuesday night. Got day baseball, Carson Anderson. They're coming up next. They'll give you thoughts as they're out at Comerica Park on a day where they really need a win. It's 97-1.
We're outside Comerica Park today on a sunny, a little bit chilly,
Always chilly.
A little bit chilly down here at Comerica Park. If you're making your way down, dress appropriately.
It'll warm up.
It will.
And the sun is out. It's got to be nice in the sun, I'm sure.
Yes, but
like a iguana on a hot rock, you're really going to want to soak in that sun.
We'll be jumping off the stage and going and laying in the middle of the street. I haven't taken a street nap in a long time.
No?
I haven't taken a street nap.
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute. Yeah. You good today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not convincing. Not convincing at all.
No, I mean, I live and die. I love this team. I love the Tigers.
Yeah.
And they're just not playing great baseball. And it's in all facets. You can't pinpoint one thing. It's, there's not one move that can be made that's going to correct everything. It's the team's going to have to pull out of it collectively. They are going to have to get back to fundamental baseball and running the bases correctly and fielding well.
Doing things
I mean, I don't mean to be sounding flippantly. I mean, like, these are serious things, and they have to have better at bats, and so one of these days they're going to live up to the moment, and they'll get on a streak again, and they'll start winning some games. But right now, it is near impossible to see this team coming up with that big inning. They really struggle with the big inning and having the big hit at the moment. When the moments are few and far between. And then you find yourself, okay, we haven't had runners on base all game long, and now we got 2 on and nobody out. You got to take advantage. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to connect with that big hit, the double in the gap, or a 3-run home run or something like that. It just hasn't happened.
Or also maybe like put it in play.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean that's strikeout.
That was brutal.
Seems to be a late inning pattern.
And it's unfortunate because we know this team is better. It's effectively the same team we saw last year. Although, yes, there are a ton of injuries, and there are guys that are out. And I recognize that, too. And I want to give probably more grace than most people are with this team because I do think that it matters. And when you get guys back, you'll see guys – when guys come back, other guys have to leave.
Yep. And there's some guys that have to leave.
Yes, there are some guys that have to leave. So Carpenter and Baez and Gleyber Torres can't come back soon enough.
Nope.
And I wish that there was a Parker Meadows in the mix as well that could come back soon. But we'll see when everybody does come back. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like the pitching's getting healthier quickly.
They need new and improved Parker Meadows if he comes back.
Yeah,
right? Now with more hits.
Right. I love that Parker Meadows.
Yeah.
That guy's great.
Look,
but
man,
it's tough.
It's
like I said, there's no
frustrating.
easy solution to it.
It's funny because when they got hit with all the injuries and the $100 million of payroll on the injured list is insane. And we had this conversation about, all right, this is going to go one of 3 ways. And the way that we thought was probably, we're going to talk about it is, could this team be a seller? And it's really weird because we came up with a number just sort of flippantly, but we probably have to have some serious discussions and conversations about what exactly is the definition of striking distance, because if they fade out of striking distance by the trade deadline, then it could be time for, hey, everything must go kind of sale. And the number we came up with was 8.5, and we just kind of flippantly threw that out there. Oh, they're 8.5 back at the trade. They're 8.5 back right now. Like, they have quickly sunk to the striking distance line of delineation that we sort of randomly chose. But there might become a number that the most prudent thing for the organization to do is say, F it, we're selling, and give up on the season. There's a lot of time between now and the trade deadline, but they got to start actually now cutting into this deficit that they've built a healthy deficit rather quickly with the way that they're playing. And AJ's frustration, like, the guys asked some good questions. AJ's frustration comes through, and I'm not in a fire AJ Hinch kind of place, but he's looking for answers, and it's his job to find them, and he's not. I'm emptying the clip here a little bit, but yeah, the Tigers are a frustrating team to watch, and I understand why fans are mad at the product right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a team that scored, I forget the number that I put down there. Was it 35 runs in the last 15 games? I mean,
offense is down all over the game, but yes,
that's just over 2 runs a game.
This is amongst the worst.
By quick math, that's it's just not good enough, and obviously they know that. But for this team to pull out of it, the guys you're expecting to help them pull out of it have to be those guys, right? I mean, Riley Green's doing everything he can, but put the ball over the fence. But he's hitting the ball extraordinarily well. Not going to complain about it. Dylan Dingler's got to come up and rise to those moments when they show up, and not just be, okay, he's going to go 1 for 4 in a game. It's got to be 1 for 4 with the runners in scoring position so he can be productive with it. Torkelson's got to be more torque bomb. We got to see more of those. The other night, Wasada was great. Okay, gets the night off last night, comes up pinch hit late, doesn't deliver, but nobody did. So he's got to get back on a path that shows that he's productive. And then after that, I don't know what to do. Kevin McGonigal, obviously, he slowed down, but he's still getting on base, and we expected that there'd be a slowdown. But, okay, now that the correction's coming, bring it back the other direction. But beyond that, I don't know if you can count on anybody. Colt Keith is light hitting in terms of the power
There's no
stroke.
power.
His batting average has dropped significantly. It's gone down like 40 points in the last couple weeks. And Zach McKinstry is what he is. Matt Vierling's been better. It looks okay, but there's just too many holes right now. So it's got to have to be the core guys. The 3 or 4 guys have got to show up each and every night to try to get out of this, because this is a massive hole they're digging themselves.
They're digging them. I mean, and
it doesn't matter if Casey Mize throws 7 shutout innings today if you're not going to score any runs to help him out.
Well, I mean, yesterday they had a bunch of guys that banded together and did the job pitching.
Drew Anderson was great.
Yep.
And he has been. Over his last 20 and a third innings, he's given up, I think it was 4 or 5 runs during that time, earned runs.
Yep.
I mean, it goes 4 2/3 shutout innings baseball yesterday. Gets a career high in strikeouts with 7. Good for him. He's turned it around.
Well, we were getting to the Tigers a little bit, and I thought the interview with AJ today was pretty insightful into what he's thinking. His frustration came through. His decisions that aren't working, he addressed them. The guys brought up some good stuff there. And we'll replay some of that coming up here shortly. I know many of you heard it, but I think there's want to give our 2 cents on a lot of what he had to say. NBA Finals last night, Western Conference Finals. Oklahoma City jumped out big early in the second half, and then Wembanyama hit some threes and brought him back. And SGA in the end too much as Oklahoma City pulled away.
Well, and San Antonio has to deal with another injury.
De'Aaron Fox missed the first 2 games with the ankle sprain, and now Dylan Harper left the game with a hammy, or I don't even know if I thought it said hammy, but did they specify? Whatever. He left the game, and if he's hurt, what could otherwise be a very interesting series might not be. Stanley Cup playoffs, Western Conference Finals. Vegas goes into Denver and jumps out to a 3-0 lead and moves on and gets the win there. You like that guy's shirt?
Listen. When you're going to walk outside and you're donning a Schlitz shirt.
Yeah.
And
pour one out for Schlitz.
Yeah, I think that guy probably does work for Schlitz.
Yeah, I think that might be Mr. Schlitz.
That's awesome.
His name might be Schlitz.
That's a guy.
That's a guy.
That's a guy who knows how to get things done.
We're down at Comerica Park, and yes, man in a Schlitz button-up shirt too. Just walk past. Gotta love it. All right, so we will continue with some Tiger discussion. 10:30, I think we'll revisit some of the best of what A.J. Hinch had to say today. We're gonna call on the fans. We have a job for fans in the 11 o'clock hour, so it's going to be a busy day here outside Comerica. Hey, if you're coming down here, dress warm. You might be able to take some layers off as the day goes on, but a little chilly at Comerica as they wrap up this series with the Gribe. It is Carson Anderson on the Thursday here on 97.1.
Well, summer's right around the corner, and there's never been a better time to drive home a brand new Chevrolet from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado for just $189 a month. Need something sporty and versatile? How about this? You can get the 2026 Chevy Trailblazer for just $219 a month. Or cruise in the summer in the stylish 2026 Chevy Trax. That's just $249 a month. And every one of these incredible offers comes with $19.99 down. So whether you need a tough truck, a family SUV, or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has your summer savings waiting right now. Hurry in today or shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together. At 696 and Telegraph in Southfield. Open every Saturday. Dealer fees extra. Offers subject to approval and availability. See dealer for complete details. Together, let's drive.
frustrating Tiger season continued last night with another one-run loss, this time in extra innings to the Gribe. I wrap up the series today. We're outside Comerica Park. Sun's out and shining. Beautiful looking day. A little bit chilly. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Dwayne. You're on 97.1. Hello, Dwayne.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm glad you're down at the park. Maybe you can change their luck.
Yeah, that's why we were called upon to do that.
Yep.
They've lost a lot of games late in the innings, and I don't know. It's just frustrating for sure. But hey, so my take on this is twofold. One is we have got a roster that has a bunch of 4A guys where, and I don't dislike McKinstry, I don't dislike Vierling, I don't dislike Wenzel. I just don't think that's how you make up a major league roster with those guys, because they haven't performed the way that they consistently did, and that's because they're just not that type of ball player. I think.
Well,
that
ask yourself this, because I was going to say, understand who's out of the lineup. So some of these guys are in the lineup. I mean, Vierling and McKinstry would normally be last guys on your roster, but now they're
and Jahmai Jones
asked to do more than that because
right?
Carpenter's out, Torres is out, Parker Meadows is out,
Right.
and Javi Baez is out. So that's why we've got Jahmai Jones and Zach Short and others that are up here.
Right. But we have in the past, we have had the Jahmai Jones, Zach Short experiment, the Wenzel, those guys have been playing. But I think it's more indicative of ownership, because even though they have spent a little bit in free agency and they've done the McGonigal deal is great. I thought the Cole Keith was a genius signing back in the day. He is not going to be what maybe I think he'll hit for more power here if they unlock him, but he needs more at bats. I think AJ is very protective of him. I just don't see us with a major league roster. We do not have a major league roster.
Well, they don't
it
right
is
now.
when they're healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they don't right now. And the guys that you pointed out, I mean, I think we all see it. These are guys that on a good team can be valuable role players. But right now, too much is being asked of players where they're being asked to carry the load. And they're not those kinds of players. As far as, I mean, they have done some things to improve the roster, getting mostly on the pitching side with the signing of Framber, and that's had some mixed results, some good and some bad. But at the end of the day, they don't have a great margin for error, and this was not a team that could afford to take on as many injuries as they have. But you hope in the end that they get guys back healthy and can look like the best version of themselves, because right now they just aren't. I mean, it's just
having these guys out of the lineup that's big. Carpenter is one of these guys who puts the ball over the fence. Gleyber Torres is a guy who gets on base and draws walks and shows the rest of the lineup, hey, here's what pitchers are coming, because I just had a 9-pitch at bat.
But
Javi Baez lives for big moments. He's actually thrived with runners in scoring position, and he's been good. All three of those guys are out, so now you're thrusting guys like Wenzel Perez and Gage Workman and Zach Short into a lineup that you normally wouldn't have to. And Gage Workman earned his right to come up here because of what he did in the minors, but he does look overmatched more often than not.
So, and it's not all injuries too. Like, one of the things, and I'm not in anywhere close to a AJ Hinch has to go kind of place, but in close games, these decisions that he makes are magnified because they can make a difference in one-run games. And there's been a bunch of these where, I mean, he's talked about it. He talked about it today. A lot of the decisions he's made, he hasn't been rewarded for it.
Yeah.
And that's a frustrating thing too. And you could kind of hear it in his voice today. Well, here's why I did this. Here's why I did that. And here's why it didn't work. And I have sympathy for him, but it is at the end of the day his job to make whatever call is necessary to at least squeeze a win here and there out of this group.
Sure, but it's not his fault when you got runners on first and second. You're trying to lay down a bunt with Jake Rogers, and then Zach McKinstry gets picked off at second base.
You cannot. Like that.
That's
mistake,
not on AJ.
No, that's a mistake that can't happen. And kill a rally.
Yeah, and then the inability just to get the bunt down in the first place that's a other issue.
Let's go to Jim next on 97.1. Hello, Jim.
Hey guys, I'm looking at this lineup today, and how are you going to win when you got 5 batters batting under 200? You can't win ball games like this. And my problem is I look at the lineup, I look Shorts on the Shorts playing again, and I don't understand the purpose of why not send some of these guys down and bring some of these young kids up, Clark, Anderson. You're losing anyway. McKinstry is hitting 170. Perez is 160. These guys aren't even close to 200. They can't get a hit. And Rogers is another one. It's just the same guys are coming up to the plate, and you're expecting something to happen. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. So if you think you're going to win with 5 guys batting under 200, you're not. And I remember growing up when there was not even one batter I can think of. Maybe if there's one batter under batting
it's
under 200.
It's different baseball today. We went through it yesterday. What'd you say, Doug? The league average is right now 230?
The league average. There were 15 teams with a batting average below 240. It's the highest in the last 40 years. OPS is down to close to 700, the average OPS.
It's a different game now than it was 40 years ago for sure, in terms of hitting and lineups and that. But, the problem with trying to just bring up a bunch of guys from the minors is, they're minor leaguers right now for a reason. That Max Anderson, I'd love the potential of a Max Anderson, but he's just gotten back to playing baseball again after missing a large portion with an injury. It may happen for him because he continues to hit. He's hitting well over 300, but it's a very small sample size at this point. Max Clark, we all love to see Max Clark, but Max Clark's in a slump. He's down to 260 now. His OPS just dropped below 700, I believe.
Do you think Harris has done a good enough job with pitching in this organization? Because every time they bring up somebody, I'm not impressed. I'm saying? I just don't.
They have. I don't think. I mean, they've spent their high-end draft picks on position players more so than on pitching. I think that with Scott Harris, what he's done is brought in free agents or through trade. He's added some pitching, and it hasn't been as good as they wanted to. I think one of the bright sides we saw last night was Drew Anderson, who's been very good over his last 10 outings. He's been really good over his last 10 outings. So that's good to see after a really horrific start. Casey Mize has been a reclamation project. He's pitching today. Hopefully he can stay healthy because he's been great this year when he's taken the mound, but unfortunately he's missed time. Ty Madden, that's one of your younger guys, although he's not all that young anymore, but if he can stay healthy, maybe they have something there. They're trying to work with him, but he got hit with a batted ball the other day.
They need a lot to go right, and lot's going wrong.
But
it's really what's come down to.
I guess a short answer to your question is they don't have a whole lot of pitching promise in the minors that are ready to come up now. They've got guys at the lower levels that they like, that they've drafted recently, but they're not necessarily on a fast track to be here this year.
Jim, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Yesterday's game, just the little things, and unfortunately, you hand the ball to Will Vest with a chance to win the game. And I'm looking at single bunt, and you got second and third with one out, and a 1-0 game, and they don't bring the infield in to protect the lead. And I'm sure AJ has his reasons for it. The ground ball that got hit to Hao-Yu Lee might have kept the run from scoring, but the infield was back. Run scored, tie game. Then they do bring the infield in after the triple and extra innings, and a line drive that goes over McGonigal's head is probably a line drive right to him if the infield's back there. And it just feels like this is an example of there's logic behind his decisions, but they're not working.
No.
And over and over and over, and that's a frustrating thing. And again, to be clear, I'm not in the fire AJ kind of place, but it is something that he's got to find the right cards. So he's playing a whole bunch of different cards from a whole bunch of different hands, and the cards that he's holding on to aren't very good to begin with, and he just keeps losing hands.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you. There's some sound logic in what he's trying to do.
Yep.
I mean, there's a reason he's been a major league manager for this long. He knows what he's doing. It's just those logical things now aren't working, and then if they don't work, then everybody's going to be questioning, well, why'd you do that? Yep. And you should have done this. And that's all hindsight. Like, ask yourself, what would you do in this situation? And I thought it was really kind of telling today when they asked him about specifically, because it's something I always think about, which is when you have the base open, you got somebody, don't let this person
Ramirez
beat you.
at the plate.
Yeah, and Ramirez, this would be one that I would typically do. But I can disagree with him on why you do or don't walk him to just put him on base so I don't have to deal with him hitting. His logic was totally sound. He's like, okay, so if I walk him and he steals second base, now I got runners at second and third. And, Ramirez has stolen 20 bases this year already.
Yeah.
So, that's logical. I could say, okay, touche.
And that's why he didn't do it.
Yeah.
And people say, why didn't you? And that's his answer as to why. You'll hear it. We'll play some of the best of what AJ told our morning show and continue to unpack where this team is. We're going to call on you for some help in the 11 o'clock hour. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park. Tigers and Cleveland wrap up this series this afternoon, and you'll hear it here on 97.1. Outside Comerica Park, it's Tigers taking on Cleveland this afternoon. Here on 97.1, A.J. Hinch was on the morning show today, Tiger manager, and had some interesting things to say. First, the newsworthy stuff. Something got going on social media yesterday that Skubal could be pitching next week. He called that ridiculous in a quote last night, and he clarified today and said He's got to throw off a mound multiple times. He'll do it today, and he still has to face hitters at some point. He'll have a rehab assignment. Hasn't thrown a full-speed bullpen even yet, so that was an erroneous report. Justin Verlander simulated 4 innings, 60 pitches. I believe it was yesterday. He's still coming along, has a ways to go. Troy Melton could be available on Sunday.
Yeah, he pitched really well the other day at Lakeland. Would have pitched at Toledo, but Toledo had weather, so they shipped him down to Lakeland so he could get the work in. And it lines up where his days off would coincide with a Sunday start.
I thought Jim and John did a good job with some of the questions that fans ask us, and A.J. Hinch got a chance to give his side of the story as far as what he was thinking and decisions that he made. Like the other night when Riley Green hit 5th, and then in the 9th inning didn't get to the plate because they were at the top of the order, and the wrong guys were at the plate when your hottest hitter was sitting in your dugout. Why is he hitting 5th in the order? Here's what A.J. had to say.
Well, I guess the lefty, we're trying to get these guys that have historically hit left-handed pitching the extra at bat. If they want to stretch the lefty to get to Riley, they've got to go through Zeroing and Dingler and Vermont. Obviously, those things aren't necessarily operating perfectly right now, but that's really the thought behind Riley in that 5-hole. He goes up to the 4-hole yesterday. Against the righty, he's going to hit 4th today. I think batting order is always like, if you can predict when the big at bat's going to come, like, you're smarter than most. So I think that I get it the other night when it gets down to the end of the game and Riley's one hitter away, but we've got to find a way to maximize the edge that we do have and then take advantage of it when we do have. I got extra at bat yesterday or the other day against lefty. Didn't work. Last year we loved it, and we'll love it again this year, when he starts to heat up a little bit. But that's sort of what it feels like, right now. Let's not taking advantage of the opportunities that even we're given them.
You might not love the answer, but it's his answer, and that's the reason why he did it. I always say this: if you're going to have guys on your roster, they're there for a specific purpose, and you put them in the games in those situations to take advantage of their skill set, Jahmai Jones in this particular instance. And as he said, it didn't work.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's unfortunate with Jahmai is that this season has been like that. He has not hit left-handed pitching like they expected him to hit left-handed pitching, like they expected Andy Ibanez to hit left-handed pitching when he was the specialist, for lack of a better term.
And the clock's ticking, right? It's going to run out eventually.
Yeah.
You got to produce.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said I think this week is a really important week for guys like Wenzel Perez, Jahmai Jones, and Zach Short. Because, I mean, if they're going to continue to not deliver, and guys at Toledo are giving you every opportunity to say, look at me, Chase Young, I'm having great at-bats, I'm driving in runs, I'm advancing runners. Hey, look at me, I'm Max Anderson, I'm hitting a ton right now. Corey Julks, I'm putting the ball over the fence in Toledo, let's go. These guys want their opportunity, and they're players that they could replace coming up soon if this continues going this direction. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on AJ and Scott Harris to make sure that they find some way to be more competitive with their lineup.
And, of course, there's a fire somewhere as we are in downtown. It never fails. It never fails. If we're downtown, there's going to be – and there's going to be something.
Going right around
expect
the
a marching band in an hour.
Heading north on Woodward.
All right, so the extra innings yesterday, a triple, scored the ghost runner. Runners on third with Ramirez at the plate. Do you walk him under those circumstances? I know that the second guessers were out after he singled in the run to give the Gribe a 2-run lead, but why didn't he walk Ramirez in that situation? Here's what he had to say.
Not if we're going to give him a free pass to second. I mean, he can steal second base. He's one of the best base stealers on their team, too. So you end up with second and third and nobody out is somewhat similar. So, sure, if he grounds up to third, no, I don't want him to do it. If he hits the ball in the gap and he gets on base, then I do. So, opening up more opportunities for these guys to score didn't feel like the right move. Maybe it would have been. I don't know. I don't know how the other way would have worked out.
So it's that makes more than just logical sense to me. Okay, and I'm a guy who's a huge proponent of not pitching to Jose Ramirez. Not necessarily in that situation, right? And the way that he lays it out, you can say, of course not. Why would you? No, it's the third inning of the game, and there's nobody on base and there's 2 outs. Why do I want to pitch to him? Okay, walk him, sure. But this isn't just some sort of fly-by-night player. This is a guy who's stolen 20 bases. And when you're in extra innings and you're trying to tack on those extra runs because you never feel safe with a 1-run lead in extra innings,
Nope.
you got to think, if he is going to steal, then we got to try to knock him down at second base. Well, then the guy from third comes home, and you got to worry about what's the play you do to put into place so that you don't give up the double steal. And there's a lot going on there. I understand why he pitched to him.
I respect his decision, but again, he's got to start getting some of these right.
Yeah.
He could help the team along too, but I don't think when you hear him explain things, I don't feel like the guy's being illogical. But he's paid to win games, and I know that they don't have his guys, but he's got to start getting some of these right.
Yeah, but this also shouldn't be a 500 situation for the batter where it's that much to his advantage, right? The pitcher's got a responsibility. You're expecting the pitcher to get guys out more often than not, right? 7.5 times out of 10, the pitcher's going to get the guy out. And this was one of those cases where it didn't happen.
Guys asked, do you want to play more small ball just to try and get things going? Here's what he had to say.
Last night, we were bunting to tack all around, and we did it the other day, popped up a bunt. So, yeah, for sure. I think they're going to try to do everything you can. I mean, it depends on where you are in the order. The top half of our order, right now, no, I'm not going to do it with Kevin or with Riley or with Dingler. The bottom of the order, we tried it a couple times, haven't executed, which is why I go back to the continual conversation about execution. It's not just the bunt, it's the at-bat afterwards. Like we drew the 2 walks last night, but 3 at-bats afterwards were punch out. So it's not the one singular about the bunt, it's the sack fly, or it's the ball in play, or shooting the ball the other way. So connecting these at-bats will lead to the small ball run scoring, not just the moving up a runner. If the second guy doesn't do his job too, it's a moot point.
He's in a tough spot because he's essentially saying, my guy's got to come through for me.
Right.
Yeah.
And they didn't, and it's – I know this, Jim Leland famously said this town loves the bunt, right? And they do when you want them to and they don't, and people complain about it. And when you struggle to score runs, that's usually one way that teams get back at it is by small ball. They start to steal more bases. They utilize team speed. They get guys over. And the Tigers – they don't steal a lot of bases. They don't bunt a lot. What the Tigers do better than most is take first to third. That's been their bread and butter. But they're not getting on base. Like, they're not drawing enough walks. They're not having enough hits.
They're not getting from home to first.
They're not getting from – you can't go from first to third unless you go from home to first. And that's a major, major problem. And, yeah, you're not going to ask Dylan Dingler to bunt. And I know that people, well, they're professionals. They should – no, you're not asking that person to do it. There are players that you depend on being able to get down a bunt. And I don't know if Jake Rogers is necessarily one of those players I'm depending on, but they throw him in that situation and say, look, Jake, we need you to lay one down. And then Zach McKinstry gets picked off, and all those plans go to hell.
Finally, Kevin McGonigal, who rookie white-hot start. Is he seeing pitchers start to pitch differently to him? And here's what he had to say.
Yeah, one of the more underrated things on a young hitter, especially somebody who's featured in a lineup, right? He's moved up and now hitting in the top 3 pretty much every night. He also hasn't had a break in those baseball he's played in a short period of time, and that leads to like a lot of newness. So like he's never faced like Tanner Bybee. I feel like Tanner Bybee has pitched 50 times against us in the last few years in the playoffs and at the end of the season, I feel like every series we got Tanner Bybee. That's the first time he's ever seen the super slow changeup that Bybee features. And he came back to the dugout and was talking about it, and he's never really seen like the 15-mile-per-hour differential in velocity. That was something new for him. So the adjustment is to the level. I mean, he's never seen Campillo, the guy today. He hasn't seen Bassett, who he's going to see tomorrow, and then Young. And then with these guys that he's facing, every now and then you'll see the guy that he saw in Double-A. The leap from Double-A to here is really all new. And so, they're obviously throwing him a little different way, enticing him a little bit with the up and away fastball. They do throw him a fastball. He's got great zone control. We're trying to get him to lock in to make sure he's not trying to be 2 players in the lineup, especially with us having a hard time consistently scoring. And so factor in the newness of the pitchers, the level, and then just 21-year-old, you know, trying to be a superhero. He's still doing a really good job. I know, you know, he got off such a hot start. People wanted to maintain the huge monster numbers, and he can get back to, you know, he contributes every day. It's not a problem whatsoever. But you know, he's pretty good, and he's making a lot of adjustments along the way as the pitchers are starting to pitch in a little differently.
It's been pretty amazing what this kid's doing.
Yeah, it is, and obviously he's going through a little bit of a slump right now. But as he said, he's still contributing. He does get on base. He draws walks. He sees a bunch of pitches typically, but you know, he's been popping up a lot lately, and it's just I agree with AJ. There's a lot to see. We forget that not only is he only 21, but that he made the jump from AA to the majors. He didn't play an inning of AAA baseball at Toledo, and I don't think that this was necessarily what they had in mind, but he played so well in spring training, like, got to bring him up. And I mean, this guy's making great contact, and he's everything that they thought he is, and he still is. He's going through it right now, but I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if Kevin McGonigal bangs out 3 hits today, because that's the kind of player that he is. Other guys, when they're trying to get out of a slump, I'm not expecting them to, okay, he's going to have a 3-hit game. McGonigal can. He'll be fine.
That's the manager, A.J. Hinch, the best of what he told our morning show. Want to hear from you? 248-539-9797 as we talk some Tigers. We asked the fans for some help in the 11 o'clock hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
May is here, folks, and you've got a decision to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary or a sauna? Now, before the real first heat wave hits, make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool. Don't be the person that's waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. Do what I did. Get ahead of it and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Whether it's a precision AC tune-up to keep your energy bills low or getting that pool boiler firing so the kids can finally jump in and enjoy it, these guys are the local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Nobody's enjoying this. Tigers song's fine.
I was gonna say,
Stone Temple Pilots.
STP, I don't know
That's
that.
pretty good, but nobody's enjoying the Tigers right now. 248-539-9797. Here's some of the feedback that's come in. AJ has gotten a lot of credit for turning chicken bleep into chicken salad, but sometimes it's just chicken bleep.
Well,
you got to win a game here and there, though, man. And when you lose one-run games and you lose a bunch of one-run games and a lot of low-scoring games, it's like he's got to figure it out. And I don't think he's absolved the blame here just because guys are hurt. But I'm not putting him up on a cross just yet either.
no, not at all. But it also feels, look, if this team goes 5-5 in the next 10 games, that's not going to do anything. Like, they have to win, not just sporadically. I mean, they have to win at a winning clip. Like, go on hey, we won 4 in a row, lost one game, and then won 4 more in a row.
They had all those guys that are injured now last year, and what happened in the second half? Maybe Hinch is the issue with all his stupid matchups he tries to do.
Well, they made it to the playoffs, won the first round of the playoffs, and then pushed it to the 5th game in the 5-game series in the 15th inning. Damn near made it to the ALCS.
This is one of those things where, I get it. They weren't great in the second half. They're not great in the first half. There's a lot that's going wrong. And I think ultimately he gets to get his guys back before really the harsher criticisms will come in. At the end of the day, if you want to discount the fact that they were a playoff team and went 2 rounds deep and just say second half of the season they stunk and the first half of this season they stunk and it's on AJ, that's your prerogative. But I can't just throw away success. I can't just throw away they still did enough in the season to be a playoff team.
Yes, and the lineup that was there for them in the playoffs is different than the lineup we're seeing today.
Yes, and look, last year we kept saying this. We said a million times, and it was fun. It was really fun at the beginning of the year. But we said a million times, we know they're not the best team in baseball. They're just acting like it. And that lineup and that roster, I think he did a good job squeezing out of it what they had. But he's not doing as good a job this year. I would say that that's fair, but he also has less to work with. Next up, I'm tired of the mad scientist crap with AJ. I'm tired of signing third baseman to play second base and outfielders to play shortstop and yada, yada, yada.
Okay. So what would you do? It's easy to point out things that aren't working, so what's your solution?
So
I think we're all ears.
I don't know. They've taken a guy in Baez and repurposed him and actually gotten some use out of him.
He was an all-star. He started the all-star game in center field last year.
Crazy. So, is that tiring?
I don't know what he's – are you talking about putting Hao Yu Lee at second base instead of at third base, or Colt Keith was playing it? I don't know. They've got – I think that's some versatility there.
You know
or
what?
are you talking about Gage Workman?
But if you
I don't know.
If you look at these last 2 texts, and this is fine, okay, but here's what people want. They want a good player at every position that can hit both righties and lefties.
Right.
And I get it. So do I. But, everybody's trying to do that. If you don't have a good player at every position, you start moving them around to try and take the pieces you have and make the most of it. If you can get a good player at every position that can hit both righties and lefties, you have one of the best teams in baseball.
Well,
that's what everybody's striving to be. And maybe someday when this wave of next players come up, they'll have more of those guys.
If all they were missing was Parker Meadows in center field, that'd be great, okay? Because, Javi Baez goes from shortstop to center field. And then McGonigal is your everyday shortstop. You got Colt Keith the third. We're all set. Mm-hmm. Well, then what happens when you lose Gleyber Torres? Okay, well, now we got to think about second base and who we're going to play over at second. We maybe have to bring somebody up. We'll start shuffling things around. And, hey, by the way, Kerry Carpenter, your right fielder / DH, he's gone for the lineup. Okay, so, you're down 4 starters actually with when you take out Parker Meadows. And you're really having to get creative. And it's not working, right? It's not.
No.
And it's there's so many people that can shoulder the blame there. It's not just that the guys that are being brought up or given the opportunity to play while they're out aren't getting it done. The guys that are playing every day, that were starters before the injuries happened, they're not exactly hitting a ton either. Outside of Riley Green and Kevin McGonigal, we haven't seen much hitting from this team. So it's the entire lineup, and on top of that, then you're going to say, of course, the manager deserves some of the blame too, because he's the one that's trying to fit this lineup on a day in and day out basis, and normally he's done an amazing job. But like we pointed out, this time around it's just not working.
Nope.
And I think the reason it's just not working is because he doesn't have the players to pull from the bench that he has had in the past that come in and do that job. Because guys are what they are. You know, Jahmai Jones is not an everyday baseball player in the major leagues.
No.
He's a guy that is made a living by being a pinch hitter, and those guys don't typically have long careers. Zach Short is not an everyday shortstop.
No, and I'm not sure he's well, here's the next text. Matt Novi. Zach always comes up short. His batting 0.0. He has to go bring up the kids.
I mean, that's a problem. And Wenzel Perez has been a nice story for the last couple of years, but boy, is he struggling right now. And wonder, is this a situation where he needs to go back down?
Next text. Unnamed texter. Why not just play your best team every day and stop with the matchups? Just play your best team. Stop trying all this matchup garbage and just play the best. Well, I mean, if you're going to lock in to who you think your best 9 are, first of all, guys are going to need days off. But secondly, I'm not sure that that's a very good lineup. But if you're doing the same thing I think it's worse if you're doing the same thing every day with guys who don't have favorable matchups.
Well, let's say, for instance, you're talking about a left-handed pitcher on the mound.
The problem right now isn't AJ playing the matchup game.
No.
But it feels like people are sick of it. But ask yourself this. If you put your best out there, are you really putting your best lineup if it's the same 8 guys behind a pitcher every day?
Well, I think
because the righty-lefty does matter.
People have complained over the last couple of years of when in the past they would, like, say, take Riley Green out of the game because it's a lefty. Well, Riley's hitting lefties now, and he's not out of lineup. He's facing them every day.
Yeah.
The Kerry Carpenter would not get at-bats against lefties. Well, we don't know if Kerry Carpenter get those at-bats this year because he's hurt. The Colt Keith didn't get at-bats against lefties. You want to give him more opportunities. Okay, well, he was getting some of those, but, I mean, what are the alternatives? It's not like these guys are killing it.
To be fair, these people are the people that are texting us, the people that are frustrated, are in the try something else camp right now, and that's I get it.
So when it comes to the try something else camp,
yep.
And I mean, you'd love to go to the minors and bring up the hot hitter from the minors and say that's going to solve problems when clearly it doesn't. You're going to have to go outside the organization at some point.
Well,
if you feel like that's what you have to do, but because they are playing so poorly right now. And you brought this up to start the show. I mean, they might be playing themselves into a situation where they're going to be sellers and not buyers. And you're going to get Derek Skubal back hopefully within a month, hopefully 4 to 6 weeks, and you'll have time to figure it out there. Are you going to go for it or not? Or do you try to make a move before he comes back?
From an unnamed texter, the Tigers are closer to a full rebuild than a playoff team. That stop using injuries as an excuse. They're sub-500 team since the All-Star break last year. There are only 4 MLB hitters on this team, maybe 3 because not sure what happened to Colt Keith's power. Well, I mean, if that's the camp, and I can understand this argument, then you don't have to wait to the trade deadline. I would say you'd endorse selling pieces now and going the full rebuild route.
Well,
would that make sense, or does it make sense to see what they possibly can be when guys come back?
But they don't have pieces to sell right now. Because the guys that would be those pieces are Gleyber Torres and Tarek Skubal.
Well, I think you could sell bullpen arms. Everybody's always looking for bullpen help. But yes, Torres and Skubal would fetch you something in return, certainly. And they're, based upon the market and how it always plays itself out. But hey, look, this person's done with this group trying to win, and so he's in favor of a full-scale rebuild. And I mean, that's his prerogative. I'm not. I'll wait and see what they got when guys come back, because I don't know how much benefit there is to trade. I mean, maybe there's a little bit more value if you can trade guys now, but damn it, their most valuable dudes are hurt. So 248-539-9797. We'll call on the listeners for some help. Coming up next hour, Tiger Baseball this afternoon. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park here on 97.1. You know, that parking lot over there is pretty full. We got a good old-fashioned tailgate going over here.
Yep.
We got a group of kids lined up in front of us, which we seem to always be, skipping school and coming down here. Got a listener, Mike in Ann Arbor, that wants to tell us how much he loves the experience at Comerica Park. He's actually a fan of the PA announcers. And Casey Mize and Riley Green. So people are still enjoying themselves down here. And it might turn into a nice day. It's just a little chilly right now.
Yeah. And I don't want to jinx it. But we don't see any lawn maintenance out there.
No, it would be a first time in Carson
Bobby's upset now.
history.
Bobby's like, what did you just do?
There's no lawn maintenance. But anyway, so I was reading that the Big Ten commissioner, Tony Petitti, says at these Big Ten meetings that they're having right now with athletic directors that they're not even talking about a 16-team playoff. For them, it's 24 or stay as is. And he is pushing this agenda so hard. And I just don't get it. Everything in college football is what I'm going to call bloated. Everything is bloated. You've got a conference with too many teams that don't play each other. If you have a bloated playoff, they will eliminate conference championship games, which means a Big Ten champion is somehow going to be crowned with 18 teams in the league playing 9 games. How are you going to crown a champion? Now, this isn't like the singular problem with college football playoff expansion. I can't believe that we've gone to 12. We've let it breathe for what, 2 years? 2 years. And enough. We have to double it and go to 24. And when they went from 2 to 4, I'm like, is this going to stop? Like, cool, got it. I get on board with an 18 playoff. They go to 12. I'm like, is it going to stop? Okay. We barely let this thing breathe to see what it's going to be. And they're already talking about expanding it. And I give Josh Pate so much credit because this morning on Get Up, he said the following thing, and I was like, my man is right on. Said college football's its unique individual thing. And you know what makes it great? Saturdays in the fall. Saturdays in the fall. And you're de-emphasizing the importance of the Saturdays in the fall. And people can sit here and say, oh, but a playoff would be great, more teams, and it's a lot of fun. I'm like, yeah. But you know what doesn't move the needle much with fans? Regular season college basketball. Because they've got a massive tournament at the end. So regular season college basketball doesn't have major consequences. And yeah, am I worried that Michigan, Ohio State's going to matter less if both teams have qualified for the playoffs and they might have to win 4 playoff games, 5 playoff games to win a national championship? And so they might sit guys? Yeah. Auburn, Alabama. Or is Auburn, Alabama going to mean as much if both teams are in the playoffs? You are stopping emphasizing those games, and you're starting to emphasize Kansas versus Kansas State at the end of the year. Which one of these 7-4 teams is going to get that critical 8th win to make the playoff? Like, we're emphasizing the wrong things. And I feel like our sport isn't listening. College football is not listening to college football fans. And again, Josh Pate said when they expanded the playoff at the beginning, they did it listening to the fans. The fans are not clamoring for more than they have now. And they weren't clamoring for NCAA basketball expansion, but that's a whole other story. I feel like the sport is not listening. And that's where we need help from the listeners. What is it with you that your sport's not listening? And you want to send a message to your sport today. Whether it's your favorite sport or just something that's ruining a sport. Kang, I want to bring you in on this because I know you have a passionate one on this.
Yeah, you guys know I'm a big basketball fan and have been for a long time, but I'm not going to lie. At some point the last couple of years, I found myself thinking, have I turned into just a Pistons fan? You know, because I don't know. Like, I still watch basketball. I'm watching the playoffs now, and the reason I say that I might just turn into a Pistons fan is because the rest of the league is embracing foul baiting and free throw merchants and flopping And I just don't find that brand appealing to me. And I don't know if that's me being old school, screaming at the clouds, because apparently the ratings have never been better, according to the NBA PR at least. But I'm hoping they're not listening to me, and I feel like a lot of fans are like me, though. So what I'm hoping from this NBA, the Final Four here, and maybe the NBA Finals, guys, is whether I think it's going to be Brunson versus SGA. They see so much flopping and so much criticism that say, hey, I mean, the fans are speaking loud and clearly. We got to do something about it because they're allowing it by letting the refs call. They almost have to tell the refs, stop rewarding this. And so I don't think they're listening to me because I think it's more than ever. More people are flopping, not just those two guys, but those two guys seem to be, the ones that are the best at it. But yeah, I don't think they're listening to me, Doug, and many others when we say less flopping, please. It's just not basketball.
For me, it's with Major League Baseball that I think they're losing their minds in what's about to happen. And we're going to have a work stoppage after this season because the collective bargaining agreement is going to come up, and Major League Baseball themselves, they're too arrogant to try to work something out ahead of time or get ahead of this and work with the Players Association. The Players Association, they're led by agents that are seeking out ridiculous deals and usurping a system that's in place, and nobody wants to put a salary cap in there and grandfather things in when it's probably the right thing to do. And then you still go ahead and allow teams like the Los Angeles Dodgers to have this grandfathered in TV deal that allows them to spend more money than any other team in baseball because it's a TV deal that they don't have to share. It's all messed up. They have so many problems that they have to fix, and it feels like they're not even getting started. Last time this happened, they didn't even get started until the day before. Look, what is that?
I've always said when it comes to sports negotiations, negotiators should have to sit in a room and not talk to each other. That's fine. You don't want to talk? Your job 9 to 5 is to sit in a room together. You don't have to say anything, but you're going to get tired eventually and start talking to one another. When they won't even come to the table, that feels to me like you are not taking care of your sport.
Right. And nobody wants to negotiate against themselves, and I get that. But you guys have to figure out a way to keep this going. Otherwise, we're going to have a long work stoppage in baseball.
248-539-9797. What is it that your sport is not listening to you? And you want to talk directly to your sport and say, please change this. Fans aren't really consulted on much of this, but I feel like each week we hear something new, and I feel like they're effing sports up.
Yes.
They're messing it up.
Well, I mean, in college football, you've got there's 6 things that
Right.
are wrong with college football,
But-
and you're hitting on the most recent one, and it's a big one to hit on.
Yes.
Because this whole 2014 playoff, you're right. What does it mean for conference? I asked you this off the air a couple weeks ago. What does this mean for conference championship games?
And I don't – on the surface, losing the conference championship game is not the worst thing in the world.
It's not.
But because the conference is so bloated, you might have 3 9-0 teams.
Exactly.
What do you do then? Now, okay, 3 co-champions. We had co-champions in the past. It's not the end of the world.
No, but
but everything is bloated in college football. You go to 24 teams, and the de-emphasis on September, October, November, when that's what makes the sport great.
Yeah, but they're thinking, what's better than Saturdays in the fall? Saturdays in winter.
Yeah, well, here's what they're thinking. College football is a bank account, and we are making a huge deposit into the bank account. That's what they're thinking. And to hell with the core of what makes it special. Anyway, with that said, Kang's got a great one too. Speak to your sport right now. What is it that you want to say to your sport that needs to get fixed? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We're outside Comerica Park. Need some help from the listeners as we're going to try and solve all the world problems. Maybe see which one stands out more than anything else. And you know what? Sometimes, honestly, I find in doing these jobs, sometimes you and I, we people in our positions can fall out of touch of what's really important to the fans too. So that's why it's important to talk to them today. Speak to your sport, people. and fix it. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Take advantage of Memorial Day markdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo vehicles may have up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. We're outside Comerica Park. It seems like sports are changing rapidly. Here's your opportunity to speak to your sport because your sport isn't listening. As a fan, what's bothering you the most right now? When we've had given up ours, we want to know what it is for you. Let's go to Rory. You're on 97.1. Hello, Rory.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was, for me, it's hockey. I wanted to talk about the way the seeding is for the playoffs. I wish they'd go back to this, the best 8 teams in a row think they do the reseeding also, where Minnesota got knocked out early, Dallas this year. They're just, I mean, for Minnesota to play Colorado that early is just, it shouldn't be that way.
So you want them to reseed after every round?
I don't.
No,
I don't. I want them to, because right now they go with the divisions, right? And then there's a wild card.
Okay.
Instead of just having the 8, going back to old school, best 8 teams in the East, best 8 teams in the West, and then they just play it out.
Just get rid of the divisions, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's, if you talk about I always like that the regular season means something, which is maybe why if you're a 1 seed and you get the 8 seed, yeah, I agree. It should mean something to be. You should want to have regular season success. We should want to care about the games in the regular season.
Well, you know how I feel about seeding in playoffs. I want the teams to be able to choose who they play.
Well, that would be something.
I think it would be amazing. It would be an amazing televised event. We're going to have our NHL playoff selection show where you have the general manager of the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference. Go ahead and who do you want to play? And it may or may not be the 8th seed. It may be. You know what? We've had a lot of success against. Yeah, it would be amazing. Let's do that.
Isaac is next. Speak to your sport, Isaac. Who do you want to talk to, and what do you want to change?
So my major issue is football and basketball, but in general, you've got these organizations, professional sports organizations, prioritizing and pursuing international audiences. They've already got the domestic audiences maxed out. So as a business model, it makes sense, but they're pursuing greed and additional money by prioritizing international audience. Kang was talking about how ratings have never been higher for NBA basketball. It's because of international audiences in China. And a prime example is when a couple coaches accidentally spoke out about the injustices that were going on in Hong Kong and immediately retracted them because I'm sure China contacted somebody and said, whoa, you want our money, you better knock it off. But at the same hand, we had no problem reprimanding half the domestic audience because they voted for somebody, one of 2 candidates that they didn't support. They're prioritizing everybody but us because they've already got us.
I don't think you're wrong. We talked about earlier this week how owners, some way or another, decided it's okay to allow the NFL to schedule any game they want overseas. Owners can protect games now, but the owners have been convinced that, again, you go back to international audience and greed, that they could take the most important games the Lions, home games the Lions play, and take them overseas. They can't protect games anymore.
Well, and they're talking about not just playing games in Europe or in South America, and of course we're seeing a game played in Australia this year, but they're talking about in the future India and China, which would be games I think that they would start the season with. The first game of the year, go out there because of the travel aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I think we're getting a little crazy here.
Isaac's absolutely right. Sorry, Gator. I was going to say Isaac's absolutely right. Like when I say the NBA always, says and touts how they have great ratings, it is because a ton of it's from the international audience and streaming. And the same thing with the NFL. He's right. They already got us, the American audience. They're trying to get more overseas. And you bring up India and China, they have humongous population, right?
Yes,
it's like that's all they care about.
Feedback coming in. Ryan writes in, this is easy. I want to speak to the NBA. Offensive foul baiting, flopping, nobody wants it. It's unwatchable and ruining the watchability and enjoyment of the sport. It's also stealing from actual good plays. It doesn't make sense that this is being rewarded.
Okay, so I didn't watch the game last night.
Yeah, I had it on.
Okay, and I looked at the box score this morning to see what was going on and read a recap of the story. Is SGA not doing as much foul baiting?
Oh, dude,
or
last
was
night.
I don't know,
last night.
He had 6 free throws.
I was watching him last night, and I wanted to say to him, people are watching this. There are people who are watching this. And, Kang, am I wrong? Last night, he looked like his legs lost all feeling on multiple occasions.
Like the floor was going to go out from underneath him. That's why he fell down
that's
so
what
much.
It was. He was toppling over as if his legs just went numb. And I'm thinking, Adam Silver, I beg of you, do something about this.
So still doing it is the answer.
Yes. And he actually got called for an offensive foul, and I'm like, he's committed multiple offensive fouls to the game. Like, these fouls are offensive. And if Adam Silver came in and said, we're going to start handing out technical fouls for flopping, would any fan base protest?
No.
Would even Oklahoma City's fan base protest?
They might. And then but it's a subjective thing, and you get down that rabbit hole. But I'm for it.
The crazy thing is, these are the most elite athletes in the world who suddenly can't stay on their feet. I expect more of you. That could happen to a guy like me, you, Kang. We can fall down. We're not elite athletes. But you get the point. How come these guys can't stay on their feet all of a sudden? I'm with you, Ryan. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Al next on 97.1. Hello, Al.
Hey, fellas. Originally from Birmingham, now listening out here in Boston where I live. And you are my connection to Detroit sports, and I really appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
This is my message to Rob Manfred. There are too many strikeouts in baseball. I think you mentioned earlier in the broadcast that there are 15 teams right now that have team batting averages under 240. I think that's and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a function of both the increasing velocity of pitches and the increasing variety of pitches that are being thrown by current MLB pitchers. And I think there's really only one solution to that, and that is to reduce the strike zone, perhaps ever so slightly, because I think we're at the point where there are about 30% of at-bats that end in strikeouts. And that's just, that takes so much joy out of the game. And I appreciate the pitch clock and the fact that games are shorter, but we really shouldn't have a situation in which batters are striking out at a rate of 30%.
They did reduce it when they brought in ABS. The strike zone is actually smaller.
Is that right?
Yeah, the top of that high strike isn't called anymore, and you've got a real definition of what the strike zone is. A way that they can perhaps reduce the number of strikeouts and put more balls in play would be to follow suit of what they did, in 1969 when they lowered the mound. They could lower it again.
Yeah.
And make it literally a more level playing field, and then pitchers aren't going to have as much velocity, and it's different angles, and it's certainly a better eye to the batters. But there are ways that's certainly one way that they could do it.
It's an interesting. I hadn't thought of this one, but like I said, we're speaking to your sport. What do you think your sport needs to listen to you and change? 248-539-9797. Who do we got next here? Well, let's go to some text messages. We've got NFL overseas. It's pathetic. That's from Alan Yale. ABS in baseball. If we could tell what a strike at a ball is, screw the challenge system. Next one. It's not sports that has the problem. It's private equity / capitalism, sacrificing everything for a buck. I don't know if there's any greater example than the fact that this Bears plan to move to Hammond isn't dead yet. That thing still has legs. If you are making every decision based on money, you can end up in those barren fields in Indiana. The Chicago Bears could end up in those barren fields in Indiana.
Because they'd be able to get somebody else to pay for it, even though they're owned by billionaires.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that I almost want it to happen. Well, I do want it to happen because it's funny as hell. But it would also,
it's also sad as hell, yes.
It would exemplify what they're giving up, the environment and venue they have now, to chase the most profitable possible, in their view, business plan. Puts them next to those factories and the oil drum fields and barren lots of Hammond, Indiana.
Well, and who does the cost go to? The consumer.
Well,
it'll go to the citizens in the state of Indiana if they move, and let's say they stay. Even if they stay in Chicago or go to Arlington Heights with that plan, it's the fans that go to the game. They're going to have to pay for it because there's no way in hell those seats are going to be cheaper
No.
in a new stadium.
No, and that will become a monument to me of so much that's wrong in sports. Let's go to Vince next on 97.1. Hello, Vince.
How you doing today?
What's up?
My biggest beef is lately, you see how it is. It's like the NBA playoffs with the Pistons. Okay, you can watch them all year long. And then at the last game, there's loyal fans that have been watching them the whole season. Then the last game of the year, you got to have a prescription for whatever it was. You know, it's like they got too many different. You got to have like 7 different. They got to have Netflix. You got to have Apple. You got to have. It's getting out of hand. You guys don't think that?
Peacock. No, I knew this one was going to come up. It's accessibility just to even watch the games is getting harder.
It's all
more
sports,
expensive.
yeah.
Exactly. And then your loyal fan that watched them all year couldn't even watch Game 7. That ain't right.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
I mean, am I right or wrong? No.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Although it's a
I
subscription.
mean, they watch the whole season and it's Game 7, the main thing, and you can't even watch it.
Yep. I hear you, Vince. I hear you. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Hey, your sport's not listening to you. What do you want to say to it? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding somebody that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. They've got over 30 years of service right here in Michigan. Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. And we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kind of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. They provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and when the job is done, well, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. And while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay, and when you're ready for quality you can count on, visit Shaner Roofing. Check them out on their webpage at mymichiganroof.com. Get the 5-star treatment your home deserves, again, at mymichiganroof.com.
it feels like collectively, with rapid change in all of sports, our sports aren't listening to the fans anymore. What do you want to say to your favorite sport? 248-539-9797. We are seeing some repetitive themes come over via ticket text, but we're just allowing you a chance to vent. And maybe somebody will listen.
You think so?
No, I don't. Let's get back to the phones. We go to Jake. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Gator brought this up a couple weeks ago regarding embellishment in the NHL. They need to change that rule because it doesn't make sense to penalize someone for embellishment, but then penalize another guy for tripping. It should be one or the other. And I think the NBA.
I was just going to say I can see where
well.
I can see where it works both ways at times, because you can have a trip, and then you can also have a guy who's really embellishing it to make sure that you called it, but it could still be a call. I would like to see more of just embellishing call. Yeah,
penalty.
I'd like to see more of those for sure. But I can understand where there would be times where both are necessary to call, but they never call it just embellishment.
Yeah, and the same goes for the association. Like they need to make some sort of rule about flopping. Like I don't think they come down hard enough on these players. They need to start facing fines and suspensions potentially.
I mean, a technical foul is one way to start. I mean, Adam
Fines
Silver.
are good.
Adam Silver, SGA is the MVP, and I'm sitting there watching it for the next tremendous flop. I can't help it. And I thought last night, I was concerned about circulation to the bottom of his legs. Like, why does he keep looking like, as Kang put it, the floor dropped out from under him? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Jim.
Yeah, thank you guys for taking my call. My problem is college football. I understand we're paying players, and that's fine. We have to have a salary cap that has teeth. It has to be fair. You can't have one school with a $50 million NIL and another one trying to play at $25 million. It just doesn't work.
So I would love a hard cap. I have concerns about that, and I here's the problem with it. And I was told a story that there were a bunch of college football executives in a room together. And interestingly, the person that was the biggest proponent of a cap was the representative from the Southeastern Conference. And I wasn't surprised in the slightest that somebody from the Southeastern Conference would want a cap, because it feels like it would just set up the opportunity to blow right past it. And I don't disagree with exactly what you're saying. I'm not sure it's enforceable, and hence I think it creates problems. But the imbalances are there, and they're real. And I get where you're coming from. I have no problem with letting it breathe for a while and let the Big Ten flex its financial muscle, which is another reason why Tony Petitti this decision makes no sense. Your conference is in the most advantageous position it's ever been in, and you want to change the system. But whatever. So I think what he brought up is real, but I think my concern about a cap is also very real.
Well, I think the major problems are that you'll have you're always going to have the have and have-nots, right? You can't make it the level playing field because you've got, a school like Central Michigan is going to be able to compete with Michigan State or Michigan when it comes to NIL. They just can't.
Nope.
And then you're talking, not just football, but basketball as well, and different programs have different payrolls and all that. It's just, I don't know how they open up this can of worms, and now it's a mess, and it's going to be a mess for a long time.
So one of the things that I don't think, when you make a change, a dramatic change, you don't foresee all the challenges. You try and think, okay, what new challenge is this going to bring? The combination of free transfers, the portal, year to year, with being able to pay the players has led to essentially free agency every single year. Yeah. And while that's, fine. The players getting paid is actually kind of a wonderful thing for these players and their skill sets to bring them financial reward. But when you combine it with free transfer portals, they're just bidding on guys every single season. And that's maybe where they need to lock it in is you're under contract for a certain number of years. And the school has to honor your NIL deal. Even if you stink, you still get paid and you still get your scholarship. But you sign for 3 years, you stay for 3 years.
There could have to be major changes because whether it's a cap or contracts and, locking in coaching staffs and making sure rules make sense there. Because if you're going to try to limit, one of the big problems I have with college football is the constant transferring, is that the portal being always open. You can transfer every year. I can't stand that. There's no loyalty to any school anymore, and these players are no longer student athletes. They're athletes, and I do have a problem with that. I'd like it if they could stick around and you limit the number of transfers, or you limit how often they can transfer in terms of, you have to stay someplace for at least 2 years.
It's fun to get to know your team.
Yeah.
It's fun to, I understand that, yeah. Mary is next here on 97.1. Hello, Mary.
Hi. I was just commenting about the student athletes, and I'm all against them being paid because I don't think they play with their heart anymore. Also, I did not like watching the men's basketball tournament. It was so violent and so rough and so many fouls that should have been called. It was ridiculous. And the other team, Cleveland, they just got away with murder, if you ask me. Pushing off. Violently pushing off as they're going in for a basket. This isn't basketball. This is wrestling.
Basketball is a very physical game. It is a very, very physical game, and Detroit
it's more physical than people give it credit for.
And Detroit is also a very physical team. I would not think that you mentioned Cleveland. I'm like, well, Pistons are pretty physical too.
Yeah, Pistons are more physical than Cleveland.
Feedback: Jake headed to Comerica says too many NHL teams. The talent pool is diluted. I understand why they have so many teams, but the product suffers. There's no reason for guys like Appleton or Rasmussen to have a job in the NHL. Wow. Alex in Brighton says, speaking to the NBA, my apologies. Speaking to the NBA, what can they possibly gain by allowing games to be called like this with all the flopping? I'm sure they see how unhappy it makes most fans. What do you think the honest mindset is? I don't think they've addressed it at an officiating level at all. I don't think they've addressed it at all.
No.
And maybe they have quietly or behind the scenes, but I think players are fooling officials.
Well, and when we had the results of the players poll, anonymous players poll, and that was not one of the topics that was brought up, and yet it was the number one thing fans wanted addressed, and it was not even brought up by the players.
So people know what Gator's referencing. The Athletic did a blind survey of players where they asked them, what would you change if you were commissioner for a day? And I think it was like 161 players. They had the top 10 answers, and there were more answers than the top 10, and they had some of them in the bulk of the story, but I didn't read one player who said addressing flopping. And that's interesting because the game isn't policing itself. The MVP has been handed over to a player that does it the best. So the game doesn't seem to care.
Well, the way they police it is that the players will call each other out for it. But the problem is if a player gets in another player's face, then they get a technical foul.
Right.
So they can't police it themselves. The league needs to. I'd love to know what an NBA official thinks about this. Like, hey, do you like the flopping? Would you like the league to legislate something to limit this or to stop this?
Do you think when an official goes back and sees things after a game, he's like, oh, my God, I got humiliated. I called a foul there, and SGA just fell to the floor for no reason.
Yeah, unless you're Ron Kulpa, umpiring a baseball game, and you just want to be spiteful about the fact that some guys are challenging your calls. Oh, I'm sorry. That was yesterday's rant. My bad.
248-539-9797. You want to talk to your sport because it's not listening. What do you want to tell them? From an unnamed texter, I would talk to MLB and tell them to lower the mound. They did it after 1968 when the pitching was too dominant. Next text. Hey, guys, I'm sure this has gotten mentioned, but my beef with sports in general is getting priced out. The a la carte game prices, the umpteen different streaming service to find what you want. Even my Escape, WWE, is pricing you out and making it harder and harder to get all of your content in one spot. We knew it was coming, but it doesn't make it happening suck any less. That's
This
Mike and
was,
Algonac.
you know what this is? This was careful what you wish for. What you wish for. When we started doing the show almost 20 years ago,
Yeah.
I remember one of the topics we did the first year of our existence in the show, the Karsten Anderson show, was can't we just get a la carte when it comes to cable?
Just pay for what
We
you
just
want.
yeah, pay for the channels that you wanted because nobody, hey, look, I don't need the Science Channel or whatever other channel. I just want to watch sports and HGTV, whatever it is,
Yep.
right? And that was a discussion we had in 2007. Fast forward, 19 years here, and it's like, hey, it's a la carte now. It's bad, and yes, it is. Careful what you wish for because it came true. What we didn't anticipate was that the a la carte service would be done through streams and not through your cable
Where
TV
you
with
just
like Xfinity.
Call up Xfinity and say, here are the 9 channels I
Yeah.
want. What's my price?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. 248-539-9797. We'll do this, get more of your, speak to your sport. Tell them, you're the fan, and they're not listening to you. What do you want to say to them? It's Karsten Anderson down at Comerica Park. Tiger Baseball coming up this afternoon here on 97.1. This morning I was talking to Kang, and I started ranting about Tony Petitti and his plan for college football, the Big Ten commissioner. We haven't even talked about a 16-team format. We're going straight to 24. There's pushback from the SEC, and I can't believe I'm rooting for the SEC. They want to keep it at 12 as it stands right now, but Petitti, in Major League Baseball, we never had to convince people that more teams in the playoffs was good for the game. Then go work for Major League Baseball. Quit messing up college football. You've got a system now that benefits Big Ten teams more than it ever has in years, and he's wanting to change it and de-emphasize what makes college football great. And I give Josh Pate the credit, the line. What makes it great is Saturdays in the fall.
I feel like if you were to be in a situation where you could confront Petitti, that you would literally back him into a corner and just start. I think your finger would start pointing. You'd have a lot of finger pointing going on. It's very rude, but I would condone it in this situation.
I'd just like to convince him that the cash cow is Saturdays in September, October, November. And, yeah, you're running a business, but...
Well, sadly, I think what he would show you is that that's not necessarily the case. It is actually the postseason where they get the big-time money from that. I understand your problem with it because I share that. I don't like it either. But really what you're talking about is that you could lose how important the rivalry games are, which is kind of what makes college football great.
And you came up with one that is actually might take a sport away for a while, and that is Major League Baseball and a pending work stoppage. It feels like everybody says it's inevitable, and they say it's going to be a long one. And we've been hearing about this for over a year, and there's no progress made. And the topic is Kank said we need to have allow people a chance to speak to their sport because their sport's not listening. Yours is a great one because you want to speak to baseball and tell them, get this deal done.
Well, yeah, how about this? Start talking now.
Right.
Don't wait till the end of the season. Do what the NHL did. Get ahead of it. Get your deal done a year ahead of time.
Kang brought up flopping in the NBA. That is one of the most popular answers that's come in via text as well. Let's go to Sean next on 97.1. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Sean. Tim.
Is it Tim?
Tim.
This is Tim.
All right, go ahead, man.
It's pretty much a North American sport, and I would like to see relegation. I've been talking about this for years, how teams they kill their season just to try and get a number one pick in the draft.
How can we make that work?
Yeah, how does that work in like the NBA, for instance? You'd have to have another league.
No, I understand that all these teams have billions of dollars invested, but like the way that European soccer works, I think it's very
it's noble.
Appealing.
What Tim is talking about is noble because it makes the teams at the bottom battle right to the end because they don't want to get relegated. I'm not sure how it could work.
I don't think it works here.
I mean, it could. Could it work in college football that you get relegated to the MAC?
Or to Pac-12? Maybe.
I mean, I think the only sport it could possibly work is college football, where you could lose your space in a major conference.
I don't like relegation.
Don't you?
No. I certainly don't like it in college sports. Talking about it right now, I don't think. I mean, our professional sports are set up. I mean, they don't have two leagues.
It's really difficult to see how it could work in our professional sports.
If it works over in Europe, great. But it works with their sport of soccer, and they have a million leagues, and that's how it works. I'm surprised we haven't had a single person call up or text in and defend their sport of soccer, or at least their love for soccer, and say what needs to be said. Stop faking injuries.
Well, that's where it was funny because it's the first place that I really remember seeing it, and historically Americans have scoffed at it, and now it's a big part of it's infiltrated our sports.
Well, it certainly has in basketball.
248-539-9797. It has in hockey,
and hockey too.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
hockey
yeah.
too. And it's I think in that sport, I don't know. It feels like it polices itself a little bit more. But they getting called for embellishment in hockey, I think, has got to be a humiliating thing. Feedback coming in here. For me, it's flopping in the NBA along with officiating and overseas games in the NFL. That's from Jordan in a shop.
There's a lot going on.
From RW, the handicapper, wants to speak to horse racing. The Triple Crown has to last throughout the summer. May, Kentucky Derby, June, Preakness Stakes, July, Belmont Stakes, Labor Day weekend, Breeders' Cup Championship. Ask Mike V.
Well, look, I'm not a big horse racing guy, but I think the idea that the Kentucky Derby winner doesn't participate in the following race, the Preakness, is just asinine to me. I don't understand why they. I mean, I know why it is, because they don't have enough time in between the races. They should spread it out a little bit so that you have the possibility of a Triple Crown winner. That's the fun of racing for the person who's not a racing fan.
Yeah. The most popular answers have been flopping and streaming services. That I haven't kept the official count, but looking at the text that came over, those are the two, and the calls, the two biggest things that people want to get rid of: streaming services and flopping. Number one gripes that fans have.
Matt wanted to know if you had the kale smoothie yet.
Yeah, that was funny. Guy in a Detroit Fire sweatshirt walking past asked me where my kale smoothie was, and unfortunately, this is just water.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, can't show it off. Nonetheless, thank you for all your answers. And obviously, look, I mean, what the leagues will say to defend themselves, and I get this, is we're making many of these decisions to survive. And now, the idea that any money could be given back, like we won't make a decision to make the most amount of money because it feels like the leagues are pretty damn healthy. I think I correct that. The leagues might not say it. The networks might. The networks might say our contracts are so huge we have to find a way to bring in more income, and that's why games are being farmed out to streaming services. I think that's one of the tricky things about this.
This is what
we are in the broadcast business.
Yeah, we're a capitalist society, and you're in a business to make money, and you're always trying to find other revenue streams.
Mm-hmm. Now, those revenue streams that some of these leagues are coming up with is driving the fans nuts. And I've always thought, and here's where I guess roles have changed. I always thought a commissioner's job was to look out for the best interest of the sport, and that's not the commissioner's job. The commissioner's job is to make the most money for the owners.
Right.
That's what I've come to understand.
Which in turn makes the most money for the players.
Yeah. Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff next hour as the Tigers in action this afternoon. It has been a rough go. It has been a tough watch. AJ Hinch was on the morning show and had some very pointed answers to some pointed questions from the crew that did a good job, I thought, in getting to the bottom of some of his decision-making, why it's not working, and ultimately he is responsible for it. He's culpable. I'm not going to start any real harsh judgment on A.J. Hinch and the job he has done until guys come back. But he's the guy searching for answers, and it's his job to find them. Hear what he had to say about some of the lineups that he's put out there and why things haven't worked out for him. That is coming up next hour here on Carson Anderson. We've also got Tiger baseball this afternoon, and then NBA playoffs continue tonight. It's Knicks and Cavs. I wonder if the Cavs' heart has been pulled out with that the 7-game series followed up by a 20-point blown lead.
22. Yeah, right.
I just wonder if their heart has been pulled out of their chest. That'll be interesting tonight. Gators, somebody is back. I want to get to that coming up at 12:02 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers hope to salvage one game in their series against the Guardians and avoid that 4-game sweep. Casey Mize on the mound. He's been a welcome addition off the injury list. First start after nearly a month saw him throw 6 innings of 2-hit ball with no walks and 5 strikeouts and just 70 pitches. This afternoon he'll face Joey Gantillo, who has a 3.40 ERA. Been walking batters at a decent rate, though. 110 the first pitch right here on 97.1. A.J. Hinch joined the morning show and discussed the Tarek Skubal report again yesterday that they could potentially skip a rehab outing before bringing him back. Here's the lineup for this afternoon as well. Vierling leads off, followed by McGonigal and Dingler at the top. Green, Jones, and Torkelson in the middle. Perez, Lee, and Short will round it out here today. After being tagged with a misdemeanor battery charge for slapping a fellow patron in a bar, professional eater Joey Chestnut will compete in the July 4th hot dog eating contest, but while on probation. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I got to tell you, that's it's a less than inspiring lineup, but unfortunately, they don't have healthy guys.
No.
And you're facing a left-handed pitcher, so they're trying to take advantage of the matchups with right-handed hitters.
Look, dude.
And if you had on your bingo card that the lineup at the end of May was going to include the likes of Hao Yu Lee, Jahmai Jones, Zach Short, and Wenzel Perez.
I did not have that on my bingo card. No. The one good note this morning is somebody is likely back, and that is Melton could be available to pitch beginning on Sunday.
Yes.
So that is good news. Skubal still is going to be a while, as you heard there in the update. JV threw a simulated 4 innings, 60 pitches. He's still a bit of ways, but Melton could come back and help this team. So,
well, JV can't come back until the end of May because he was transferred to 60-day DL, and I think it's May 30th he's eligible to come back.
Yep. With that said, the other person that's coming back, what a legend.
We're getting to business.
Yeah.
Cal's giving us the business.
He sure is. Look at him decked out head to toe in Tiger gear.
Cal's got that is.
Cal, you look good.
That is nice.
You look good.
Very nice.
Kenny Cal in the house.
Ken Cal,
play-by-play voice of the Red Wings here, in head to toe Tiger gear. Is that like a satin jacket?
That is satin,
dude. It's a starter coat. That's epic, Cal. Absolutely epic.
Well, when you see Ken Cal at the ballpark, make sure you stop by, say hello, and take a selfie with him.
That's right.
And buy him a beer for crying out loud.
Man deserves it. Cal's response, just one?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. He said make him warm.
Keep it warm, put it on the
He
sun.
doesn't care.
No.
He doesn't care if it's cold or warm. Good to see you, Cal. Anyway, you heard there in the update, too. Hey, Joey Chestnut's going to be allowed to compete.
Hey.
What did he do?
He was apparently loaded in a bar in Indiana somewhere. I guess he's from Indiana.
Okay.
And he was arrested for assault and battery because he slapped somebody.
Joey.
And he says, I don't remember too much of it because I was drunk. So he's not going into details of what actually happened because he's just saying, I don't remember. But they reached a deal where because he pled guilty to assault and battery, so I guess he's been assigned probation for 180 days, I think it is. But the good news is, because it's probation, it allows him to compete back on the competitive eating circuit, and more importantly, for the 4th of July festivities out at Coney Island at the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Competition.
I have some comments and some questions. First, Kang, you saw this news. Joey Chestnut's back.
Yeah, it's always great when one of the greats come back, man, or are allowed to compete at least. Come on.
Yes. 17-time champion.
17.
I'm sitting there thinking,
17.
was there any real chance that Major League Eating wasn't going to let him compete? Any real chance?
Sure.
They didn't want to, stain the integrity of the game?
Well, I don't know. They've kept out Kobayashi for years with issues. They did Chestnut have the problem? Was it last year or the year before? 2 years ago, I think he had the problem with repping some other kind of hot dog company.
It was like Impossible.
Yeah,
Dogs or
and they're
something,
like, well, you can't do that. So I guess the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Competition has standards, Doug.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear on this. Now, is it Nathan's that are allowing him, or is it Major League Eating?
That I can't tell you.
So what happened with Chestnut in the bar?
And I can't tell you that I care. Yeah, what happened to the bar? That's something.
That's the fascinating story.
Wait, you got arrested for slapping somebody? Like, what did the person do that got him slapped?
I'm gonna guess that somebody stepped to him and said or did something, and I want to know what was said and done. I do remember we worked with Mark Spindler.
Oh, yeah.
And Spin Dog used to tell me that he did not like going to bars because you'd be amazed at how many people wanted to, mess with him.
Right.
He was a massive individual.
Is.
He could kill you with his thumb.
Still is.
He could kill you with his thumb.
Very powerful man.
But apparently you get out in a bar and people wanted to, challenge him to stuff. And he's like, it just was ridiculous. But Joey Chestnut, were people, what was the challenge? What were they
Was there?
up
Well,
to him
who
and
knows
say?
if there was a challenge? Maybe somebody just walked up and wanted a selfie, and he was like, no, because he's all liquored up and whatnot.
Right.
And then kind of pushes the guy away, and he goes, "Hey, come on, man, relax." And then wham, what the 5 fingers say to his face? Slap.
Well, it looks like the integrity of the game is still intact, as they've decided to allow him to play, which is good.
Doug, unlike the four major sports, Doug, they care about their fans, competitive eating
That's
league.
right.
They care about
That's
their fans,
right.
right? We didn't
They
get
just
one
want the
call or
best.
text that said complained about that. The
No,
competitive
you're
eating
right.
league. So
That's right. They
No.
they do it right. Actually, what's funny is of the major sports, I think the league that we got the least complaints was the NHL.
They've addressed most of it, right?
Yep.
I mean,
There were some
people
people
would
want
still
some
like to
tweaks.
see. They want more fighting in the NHL, and they would like to see. There are embellishments, and the way the one guy said, "We'd like to see it called where it's just straight up embellishment rather than calling, the initial penalty and embellishing." But yeah, because I think the NHL listened. They went through their work stoppage and they got it right. They're incredibly transparent with their finances, and they have a great working relationship with their Players Association. Everything's out in the open. They know exactly what it is. Okay, what's the salary cap? It's tied directly to league revenues, and they see what those revenues are.
Also, today is National Wait Staff Day, so to all those work in the service industry, thank you for what you do.
Shout out.
Yep, we do appreciate it. Those when you get out, take care of your servers.
All the crap they have to put up with if they get a bad customer. A bad customer is a bad person.
So, I never had a job doing. The closest I came was I delivered pizzas, but I think that it looks like a very, very difficult job to me. And I'm always amazed at when you make an order with a waiter or waitress and they're not writing it down,
right?
And then they get it right. Because I'm like, how the hell do they do that? I can't remember.
They're
what I did
younger and they
yesterday.
still have brain cells.
Probably. But you never worked in that, did you?
I worked at a restaurant for about 6 weeks. I was a dishwasher.
I did that too.
And then I quit.
But I was like literally in the back. Never came out of the back.
I had to come out the back to bust tables when they were in a pinch. Yeah, I did that for a little bit, and I also delivered pizzas for a couple different companies.
Kang, did you ever do that?
Oh yeah.
You had a job as a waiter?
yeah, I've done everything almost in the restaurant industry except for actually behind the line as a cook, like dishwasher, food runner, server, carry out, host.
How are you as a server?
So I actually am good. I just don't like talking to people. So that's kind of like So, but I could fake it. Is my point? Like I could really fake it, you know.
Yeah,
but
you could throw that smile on.
Yeah, exactly. But I only could do that for so long before I'm like, I do not want to fake this anymore. Like I just don't, you know.
Tartar sauce on the side, sir. You got it.
Yeah, I'll be right back with those jalapeno poppers, buddy. And then and then go back there and be like, this idiot wants jalapeno poppers. Can you get them in the fryer for me? But dude, can you guys bring on Kenny? He just told me a job he did. It's kind of food industry related, which I don't think you guys knew about this.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this was one of my first jobs ever, if you want to call it that. There was a bagel shop in town that I lived in at the time, running a summertime ice cream special. So your boy dressed up in an ice cream cone costume and stood by the side of the road in front of the bagel shop.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Did you have a sign?
Fantastic.
You were bringing it down to Omeleteville, huh? Sorry, that was
there was no sign. I did get free ice cream and free beverages, though.
How long did you have to stand outside in said costume?
5 to 6 hours.
How often was that costume dry cleaned? Because I imagine you had to be pretty ripe, as anybody would be.
The owner was pretty good about washing it each day, so it would always be fresh. Because summer day, you know, the sun beating down on you, you're sweating.
Dude.
Kenny, will you tweet that picture out?
I will not.
No, so good.
You've got a picture?
You as an ice cream cone.
I'm dying back here, dude.
It's amazing.
I'll send it
really
to you
need
guys if you like, but as long as you promise not to post it anywhere. It's very
Oh, we wouldn't
embarrassing.
do that. Why would we do that?
Kang, describe what he looks like in this picture.
So all you see is I think it's a waffle cone, and like a vanilla swerve is the top part of the body, and Kenny's face sticking out from the middle like a circle cutout. And there's like sprinkles.
Did he have the full beard?
No,
This is like junior high, Kenny.
Yeah,
this
he's
is
got no facial hair. He looks like McLovin in an ice cream suit.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad we brought up.
I'm sure you weren't harassed.
Oh, it's definitely a bunch of my friends from school didn't show up to mock me for several hours that day.
No, why would they? Why would they?
How long did you do this for?
I did this for a couple of weeks and I got tired of it. I was like, I can't. I have my dignity. I'm an adult.
Do you?
Dressed up as a damn ice cream cone.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you need to send that ASAP.
All right, so why did A.J. Hinch bat Riley Green in the 5-hole a couple nights ago? And a lot of what isn't working, the morning show asked him about. Hear what his answers are next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, help your new driver stay confident and safe. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police are giving away free safety kits and student driver magnets. Prompt extra patience from others. Claim yours at an MSP post or at callsam.com/car safety kit. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away. Do what I do, and that's call M&M Garage Doors. Not only did M&M Garage Doors give us a new garage, we got a new garage door for our place up north. We also got our garage door at home fixed because their service is outstanding. So happy with our new garage door and the repair, which took about 30 minutes. Most of the repairs, they get done the same day. So give them a call at 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR. Or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license. 210-220-6147. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Great to be with you here on what's turned into a very nice day. It was chilly earlier. I gotta admit.
Yeah.
We were cold down there, but we're kind of used to it doing these morning shows outside of Comerica Park. I mean, there's somewhat encouraging news, I guess. Look, Cody Stavenhagen, who covers the Detroit Tigers for The Athletic, has a video taken from the stands at Comerica Park of Tarek Skubal in the bullpen throwing pitches. And he writes, I counted Tarek Skubal at 37 pitches in today's bullpen. He did 2 ups and was quite pleased at the end. So pitch for a simulated inning, basically. Throw 15 pitches, go sit down for 5 minutes, get up and do it again, like trying to simulate as best you can. And the video he has looks like his last pitch, and everybody seems kind of fired up about it.
Including Skubal.
It looks like he's feeling pretty good. And, look, man, this team's the season had a lot of promise, okay? And they're not living up to the promise anywhere close to it. And there's culpability to go around. Injuries are part of it. Feels like Hinch is making, logical calls. There are a lot of wrong calls. And he needs to be better. And they need some of their players to pick it up. Like Riley Green is an example of a player who picked it up. But they need Colt Keith to find that power stroke. They need, McGonigal is, dealing with, people are making adjustments to him now. But this dude right here is one of the absolute best parts of the game of baseball, getting to watch him every 5 days. And that is something that this city, this fan base has been robbed of because he's special, man. And, I don't want the summer to be gone already when it comes to the Tigers.
I don't know what the record was when he got hurt or left that game and hasn't been back since, but I believe they were right around 500, if not a game or two above 500.
Mm-hmm.
And look where they're at now. I mean, it's had a direct result. He's not pitching every day, but I think having him, with the team knowing that he's not coming back and there was the uncertainty about this when he was going to come back, I think it casts a dark cloud over this team that they've had to go through. And, then it starts to affect everything else. And I'm not saying it's a direct effect, but, I mean, you can look at it and say, okay, Framber Valdez is not the same pitcher. Jack Flaherty is not the same pitcher that we saw. And then Mize was out for a little bit. And it's been such a tough season so far with they literally have a rotation full of starting pitchers that are on the IL. And then they have literally a couple of all-stars out of the lineup right now, in addition to a couple other players that are out of the lineup. So it's tough. And when you're replacing players with AAA guys that either are, that's it, the best that they can hope to is become a 4A player but not a real everyday lineup guy, or they're just pushed forth before they're ready for it, it's a recipe for disaster, regardless of what the moves are that that the guys talked this morning about with A.J. Hinch about strategic moves and, matching up righty-lefty and all that stuff. They just don't have the roster right now that is competitive enough. They can win games here and there, but if they're going to win anything consistently and get on like a 5-game win streak, it's going to have to be the guys that are the core group of your team, the Riley Greens, the Spencer Torkelsons, and now the Kevin McGonigals and the Dylan Dinglers. They have to perform every day.
So the game he started that he left, they were 15-15. They are 5-15 since he left that game. 5-15, including that game that they lost.
Yeah.
And so it's, obviously it's an accumulation of a lot of players. But then the other thing that when we did a show right after he left, and I remember saying, all right, this season's going to go one of a couple of ways, and they have some decisions to make. Do you try to, and I was endorsing opening up negotiations with him right then and there because maybe this injury will scare him and he could, with the pending work stoppage and his injury, is there an offer that the Tigers made before that he would accept now? Because sometimes you need to try and see if the situation is a situation that could see Tarik Skubal re-sign with Detroit. Because, hey, an injury is a scary thing when he's made $89 million, I think, when this season ends. But he's looking at a contract that could pay him $350. But did the injury impact his possible earnings? And that was one of the conversations we had. Another one was, will they be sellers? And the whole point was stay within striking distance by the time you get to the trade deadline. We threw the number 8.5 out there. I remember saying 8.5. 8.5 back at the All-Star game. If you're 8.5 back and you're healthy and you're ready to make a run, I would try to hang on to him and push. They're 8.5 back right now. And it happened quickly, man.
Yeah, and it's not like they've gone from 10.5 to 8.5, looking forward to going to 6.5.
Right.
This is just a steady decline where they've won like 2 of the last 14 or 15 games.
Yep. And look, being a seller is not something we ever imagined, but if you are, they got stuff to sell, okay? Gleyber Torres and Tarik Skubal would fetch you something nice in return.
But both have to show that they're healthy.
They both have to show that they're healthy, and bullpen arms are always coveted. Yep. Always, always, always coveted. I don't even want to go down that road. This team's got to do some heavy lifting and get themselves back within, quote-unquote, striking distance. But Skubal throwing today and looking pumped up about it, nothing but good news. And, we'll be watching, we'll be monitoring. Obviously, some stuff has to go right. But they have to do the little things, too. McKinstry getting picked off in the 8th yesterday when they had first and second, nobody out in a 1-0 game. It feels like one of the most inexcusable things that can happen.
I mean, getting picked off is always a bad look.
Sucks.
Getting picked off at second base is aggravating beyond belief. That is one of the most frustrating things you can do is getting picked off at second base. It's interesting. We just played this stuff with AJ and talking about the being ridiculous about those that erroneous report to say he was going to come back next week. Scuba would be back next week.
Right.
That's ridiculous. But is 2 weeks ridiculous?
I mean,
is 3?
I will say this: it is trending towards being on the way shorter side of what this possibly could have been.
I mean, that looked really encouraging. Obviously, they want him to do much more, not just throw 37 pitches.
And see how he feels tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's going to be still 4 to 6 weeks, but if it's closer to 4, that is way ahead of schedule, and that'd be awesome.
Well, like I said, I don't want the air to come out of the balloon. The crowd that actually showed up here is pretty decent. When it was all said and done, we were kind of lamenting earlier in the show how we felt like we were the only ones down here from 10 to about 11:30.
It was a late arriving early crowd.
Meaning that usually there's more people down here when we start the show, but
and usually more maintenance.
Well, no grounds crew today or something. So anyway, Tigers, Casey Mize.
Fuel costs.
Get good Casey Mize today, and maybe they can finally get one of these things that is called a win.
Well, Casey Mize has been great this season, so it's not just good Casey Mize. It's just return to what he was his last start. He was great. So, like to see that. Encouraged by some pitching. I was encouraged yesterday by Drew Anderson's outing. That's nice. If Troy Melton's able to come back on Sunday, that'd be great. They got some things that are working for them, but the lineup is the part that has to click. 35 runs in the last 15 games. That's not going to win anything. So hopefully they can start to hit.
And they need a long outing from Mize after having to use, I think it was 6 pitchers to get through last night's game. So they definitely could use Casey being the best of what he can be. Tiger baseball coming up next as they take on the Cleveland Guardians. We'll be back in studio tomorrow with lots to talk about. So thanks to our crew down here on site at Comerica Park and back in our studios. And, of course, thanks to all of you. Just a reminder to stay safe and treat each other with respect. Mike and Rico will follow the game right here on 97.1.